Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dinner and a Game. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. This is going to be a very special presentation, as I've said earlier today. We actually have a charity one-shot for the Doctors Without Borders charity that Run DMG has been running for basically since the beginning of January, and it's going to run until the end of January. And what we're doing tonight is we're just doing a one-shot that's going to be run by the illustrious Wrenound, and he is going to be running that for us. And we've got a motley cast of misfits from various places on the internet, put them all together in one place, and told them to try and drive Ren insane. So that's basically the gist of things. But Ren has prepared a wonderful game, and we're going to see how far and how deep we can drive our players into madness. But before we do that, remember, Doctors Without Borders is doing everything they can to help out in all kinds of situations. There are certain situations that are happening right now that social media has gotten very restrictive on, so we cannot tell you anything about what's happening that's happening to people right now. But we can say that Doctors Without Borders is there. They are doing everything they can to help, and they are trying to avert a genocide as best they can. And anything we can do to give them aid in that endeavor, we are going to. I do believe we're almost to $13,000 raised so far this month. So it is amazing, and we have the link in chat right now. If you donate during this stream, and you have to be present at the end of the stream, but if you donate and we reach $100 in donations, we'll be giving away one of our 3D printed dragons that are in our little TikTok shop. These are not the regular dragons. These are the 2-foot long crystal dragons. And these are great fidget toys. They're fun, they're gorgeous, and they come with their own, well, in this case, giant egg to store them in. We will be giving away one of those when we hit $100 donated, and if we get to that magic $200 number, we will also be giving away one of our Nightmare Dice Towers. Now, these are all 3D printed as well. These are very much dark themed, which is appropriate for tonight's game, I think. And they have skulls, cobwebs everywhere, and they are very, very, very pretty. And we'll be giving one away those if we get to $200 donated to Doctors Without Borders during the stream. The winners do have to be present in chat. We will do a drawing at the end of the show. Now, to let you know about what's happening tonight, Ren is running Monster of the Week. If you've never played Monster of the Week, it is a great rules-light game published by Evil Hat Productions, and it is an amazing game. I think there's like 4 books. There's one main book, and I think 3 supplements out for it right now, and all of them are like $25 each. So if you're looking for something to get into, that's very, very fast to set up, very easy to set up, and really easy to run as a GM. Like, it's really easy to run. I love it. But you can try to check this out at Evil Hat Productions, and it's a great way to get into RPGs if you don't want to go the route of D&D and you do want to try it out for the first time. So, last thing I want to tell you is, if you want to support Dinner and a Game in any way, shape, or form, please do so. You can do that mainly by following or liking and subscribing on any one of our social medias. The most prevalent is Twitch. We're on there. We're on there constantly, and we have the most viewers there. So if you want to subscribe to us on Twitch, we will greatly appreciate it. Every single dollar that we get from these subscriptions goes directly into producing the show, which includes doing things like our setups for Gen Con, and everything else that we do during the year, the other conventions we're going to go to locally here in Texas, and trying to get us out to more places so we can reach out to more people and show them the joys of TTRPGs as well. So if you also want to support us and you want to get some cool merch, this shirt happens to say, "Only the tears of my players can quench my thirst. Cry for me." But if you want to get any one of our merch items, which are drawn by the amazing Red Queen Hales, you can find them in our merch shop, which is in chat right now. And if you order one of those shirts, please send us a picture to any one of our social medias of you wearing the shirts, so we can share it up in all of our social medias to show people repping our gear. We would love to have that. Also, finally, if you want to help us out and you want to get some amazing coffees and teas, you can actually go to Many Worlds Taverns, and if you use the link that's in chat right now, we will get 10% of whatever you order. The cost of whatever you order, we'll get 10% back as a thank you from Many Worlds Taverns for supporting them. And if you use the discount code Dinner and a Game when you go to checkout, you'll get 10% off your entire order as well. So helps you out, helps us out, helps Many Worlds Taverns out, and Many Worlds Taverns has amazing coffees and teas, and they're an ethically sourced company that basically makes sure that they do not have products that are exploitive in as any way as possibly as they can get. So, and that's about all I have to talk about tonight. If you guys want to follow any of these amazing creators, I'm going to put their links up in chat right now so you can go give them a follow. Remember, the biggest boost you can give to any content creator is just hit that follow button. We would make content no matter what. It's our hobby. We love to do it. But when you hit that follow button, it lets us know that you are willing to take that little extra step to go ahead and give us that boost to our serotonin. And we could not even begin to express how much we would thank you for that. So I'm going to make myself disappear, and because I talked real fast to get through that real fast, and I'm going to let Ren take over, and you guys have a great time.
Thank you so much, Ray. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, it's me, your friend Wrenound, and I am here for the very first time at Dinner and a Game. Thank you, folks, so much for having me here. I appreciate it. And I am here with our exciting cast of characters. And so I guess I will do a brief introduction of myself, and then I would ask the cast to please join me as I call on them. Sam, you're first, just so that you know. Hello, everyone. My name is Ren, a.k.a. Wrenound, a.k.a. Big Chainsaw Energy here on Twitch. I am going to be our keeper, which means my role is to get these players into some trouble and see what they do to resolve it. With that said, I'm going to start with my top right. Sam, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your character?
All righty. Hello, everyone. I'm Sam, or Mark Hovanko on most socials. Many people on Dinner and a Game already know me for playing Cecil during Between Two Worlds, or more commonly for playing Drake, the group's rogue, in Kingdoms of Mist. This evening, I'll be doing something a bit differently. Tonight, we'll be playing Aaron Crux, a spell slinger, a delver into all forms of magic, both taboo and maybe not so taboo.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next, Cove, you are up.
Hello. I am Cove Selke. You can use either name. I use he, they pronouns. Just switch between them if you'd like. And today I get to play Oshin, who is the summoned. And I'm just a little weird. They use they, it pronouns. And I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Or at least I will. And I hope you'll enjoy them as much as I do.
Honestly, I'm so excited for this character, as I am for the next one coming up, Alec.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. It's my first time on a Dinner and a Game, so thank you for having me. When I'm not here, you can find me as the archivist of Gnome Realms Tolesh, a homebrew D&D 5e campaign over on Tales Archived, and then on a bi-weekly Pathfinder 2e campaign on Stealthy Elf Productions called Heroes of Asteria Unearthed Inheritance, where I play a Jotun blood fighter by the name of Finn Reese. And I'm going to be playing Enoch Hoyt. He's just a very unassuming older Southern gentleman. He is a monstrous, but what is a monster? I don't think we know.
Oh, but we might find out. Last, but most certainly not least, Shep.
Hello. My name is Shepard. You can find me on DruidGeek01 on TikTok or Fayfinders, where I muck about there into different roles. I am playing August Vigilant, a dashing, debonair, devilish human who has a book on them most of the times, an expressive smile, and ready to see what occurs this evening.
Excellent. And with that, we will begin midway through the story, as all stories do.
I love opportunity.
And I think I'll begin with an explanation. What is a drowned town? You see all across the United States and the world, really, there are watersheds, usually for large cities or townships. And in these places, sometimes the most ideal location is not one that is unpopulated. And so these populations have to be lifted from where they were, removed from the ground of their fathers and grandfathers and grandmothers and great-grandmothers, and moved into the nearby hills. And such is the case with the location our team is moving towards right now. A town called Neversink, New York. Ironically named Neversink Flats, was turned into Neversink Reservoir many years ago, once as New York City was growing. Team, you folks have heard some terrible rumors. People disappearing, your usual types of potential extraterrestrial or monstrous behaviors. Not a whole lot of details. Just that people have been disappearing at a faster and faster rate. And as the rate of the missing increases, so has your earnest to come here. August, specifically, as you heard these rumors, you could feel a sense that this would be next. And as you head in your, how do you all get around?
Somebody has an idea. I know that
Please.
laugh.
Please, whatever that is.
My first thought was just the mystery machine.
That was my thought too.
Make that 3.
And so,
An old school van.
as any mystery machine would, it is a panel van. And as is with this unusual band, very brightly and oddly colored. One side of the van is adorned with a wizard standing on top of a cliff top, casting lightning down on another wizard below who's trying to block it with a shield, while the other side is just almost an aurora borealis of color that opens to the inside of your remarkably well-kept van. You first arrive at the place where you scheduled to, at the dam overlook of the Neversink Reservoir. As you pull out of the hills of the Catskill Mountains and down, the entire view spreads out before you. From trees and dilapidated houses and other houses in some moderate repair, you just see on your right, everything fades out into a deep, steep hill, going down maybe 50, 60, 70 feet of just grass, running into a hill that leads out into the woods. And to your left, it is just water. But quickly you notice that the Neversink Reservoir, is running strangely low. The overflow, usually about where the water's tip would be, is several dozen feet higher. You can see that the water has receded deep into it. At the edge of your view, you can see some construction vehicles. Clearly something was going, some work was being completed during the week, but this being Saturday, they've taken the day off. And up ahead, you see a pull-off on your left. And there, a black sedan. And standing outside of it, a single individual staring off into the water.
Ooh, here's a good question. Who's driving?
I think August would.
Okay. We got a volunteer for driver. Who's sitting shotgun?
Enoch will.
There we go.
So are we pulling up?
I guess so. Oh, I guess we'll pull off to the side and say, who's going out first? Are we all going?
I guess we just open the side of the van and just kind of like put top of the hand on the very, very top and kind of like half step out.
Yeah, as you step out, why don't you go ahead and do a description of your character as you're stepping out of the van?
Ooh. So, like, blonde, short, but wild, shaggy hair, sharp eyes, lightly tanned skin from a lot of travel, wearing a brown, more modern style trench coat with black leather gloves, a graphic t-shirt with a band he enjoys, jeans, and probably say more like combat boots.
Excellent. So as you come out, who follows Aaron out of the van?
Since Oshin's in the back, they probably will. So Oshin has tan skin, tons of freckles, just absolutely covering them. Its hair is long and ginger and curly and wild. They have one purple eye, and their other eye is covered both by their hair and by an eye patch. They are wearing something fairly simple. They've just thrown on. It's very loose fitting, not wearing shoes at all. They have subtly hidden by their hair are little deer ears, rather than human, but you'd have to like look pretty close to realize that they're there. And in addition to all of that, how they look normally, there is something a little bit off about them. If you were to look at them, you would be afraid. You would be unnerved, uncomfortable. Your instinct upon seeing them would always be to flee. As they have this look as though they have drowned, as though they are already long dead. Despite the upbeat, chipper nature that they have and the smile that's on its face, as they extract themselves from where they are behind behind Enoch's chair, where they've kind of wrapped themselves around it to look out the windshield as best they could. But yeah, they'll skip on out right behind Aaron.
Excellent. Enoch, do you stay in the van or do you come out as well?
No, this older white man, it probably looks like he's reaching his early 50s. At this point, dressed very much like season 1 Giles from Buffy, where it's like the 3-piece like off gray suit with like these dark trimmed and shaded glasses. Behind them, you see the smallest hint of yellow with this black, choppy, sort of cut down hair. He sort of bumbles through, looks at a pocket watch, and just says, "Odd time to be just staring at the water." Stands at about like a lanky 6'4" and just sort of bumbles his way forward.
All right. And Shep, I assume since you're the one who set this up, you would be following right along. I cannot hear you.
Yes, I muted my mic. That's my apologies. August will step out, and the moment August steps out, it's perfect posture as a grin is ever present on like a 5'6" frame, quite thin, wears a very fine purple button-down shirt with a collar frill, this very nice red, almost silk vest that comes down into a poofy tailcoat that just gently hits the back of their legs. They have black scleras for eyes with golden eyes. Red hair that is quite thick and shaggy that comes down, one slightly covering an eye, and a small pince-nez, kind of like eyeglass wear, with hair that is tied up and brought down. And they put their hands behind his back and just starts walking forward and approaching as well.
Seeing August exit the van, they pull themselves to stand and they walk over. You didn't leave me waiting too long. How are you, August?
Oh, doing just fine. I had to make you wait just a little bit. Why have you called us here?
They kind of look over at the water. They are about 5'10", slim fit. They are wearing a suit that seems several sizes too large for them. Almost looks like a kid wearing their uncle's dress clothes. Although they are, they have a heavy beard, and almost like a coif of brown hair. You can kind of look over at the water. It's pretty, isn't it?
Quite.
It seems that every foot in the reservoir's dropped in the last few months. Another person has gone missing. Stadies have no idea what's going on, and honestly, it was about time to call people who might be able to assist. You come by recommendation, all of you.
Oh, now who's spreading our good reputation?
I never said it was a good reputation.
Well,
It was effective reputation.
effective can often be seen as good. I think anybody can agree to that.
I've been excited to get to this town.
Well, what do you need to know?
What is there to know?
What's the most important pieces? Are there any eyewitnesses? Is there any accounts or reports?
It seems to be a random assortment. All adults. All missing in the middle of the night, snatched out of their homes. But not whole families, just individuals. There isn't a lot of detail, except for one very strange one.
What might that be?
This smell. A very caustic, almost acrid smell left behind.
Enoch's gonna look over at Oisin, bit of a familiar hint of darkness. Now, is there anything familiar in regards to, I don't know, any similarities between the people that have gone missing?
None that we've been able to tell, at least.
Strange, really strange.
It's an old town with a lot of history. Who knows what this could be about, but we haven't seen anything like this, at least in my lifetime.
Have there been any strange figures passing through by? Other than us, of course.
Not strange figures, but strange happenings. They point at the construction crane. It's like, for as long as anyone can remember, since this reservoir was built, there was a church steeple. It used to stick out of the water out there. They just removed it, and I can't figure out why. I don't see an ordinance or a work order for it. But whenever I ask questions about it, I can't seem to get far.
How long did it take for this church steeple to be taken out?
Well, they started setting up 2 days ago, and it's gone right now. Seems odd that the local state officials don't know either. When normally, if you're mucking around in a reservoir, someone's going to know. I went over to the Department of Environmental Protection that's just up the road in Grahamsville. They don't know neither. They don't seem in too much of a hurry to figure out why either.
Curious. Well, how does everyone feel about this? Do we want to take this job?
I mean, I get confused these days. I don't pick up on much, but so we're just looking for these missing folk. Is that about right?
I mean, the hope is it's just a situation where these folks are missing and you can find them and recover them. But if not, figure out what's happening to them and stop it with any luck.
All right.
Can you refresh my memory? How many adults would you say have gone missing?
I'd say a dozen.
Ooh.
At least a dozen that we know.
All right.
Well, we might be able to save some people. That would be nice.
It's a mystery. How fun.
That would be nice. Well, what do folks think about getting started where this, I don't know, chapel just magically went missing? Could be something there. Are there any boats around that we could take to get into the water?
Well, reservoir is so low you can almost drive right up to it. And there's an access road just down about quarter mile. Take a right. It'll take you right to where they set up shop.
Even better.
And where can we find you if we have more questions?
Well, Little World's Fair's this weekend, so I'll probably make like everyone else around here and be there. Or actually, it might be hard to find me. I'll be at the Daniel Pierce Library.
That works.
Daniel Pierce Library.
Are you gonna sleep there? I mean, you say we can find you there. So does that mean you're? Do you teleport?
No, I own a car. And he gestures to the black sedan.
Inconvenient, but understood.
And you might have said this, our illustrious DM. What is this person's name?
I haven't, and they haven't
Oh.
introduced themselves.
Ah.
You received an anonymous message asking you to meet out here regarding this.
And if I may ask, what is your name? What can I write down?
Call me Denman. It's a family name.
Damn. That sounds like dead man.
I'm gonna go now. And on that note, just like is clearly like hearing that just is clearly made uncomfortable, and just gets in the car and drives away.
I did it again.
Oh, rest assured, the smell of awkward tension is quite fun in the air. So, shall we go?
Might as well check this place out.
Right.
Yeah. So you head up and you head to an access road. As you head up and you take the right, You drive through a pretty densely wooded area. It's clear that this place is readily cleared. And the road, which at some point might have seemed better manicured, is actually very torn up by the construction vehicles treading through heavy mud. As you get to the end, you see it opens to like a building on the left. There's a sign that says DEP water testing station. A small breeze block built building with a single steel door. And on the right, you see yellow construction tape, the treads from where vehicles had been parked, and a construction backhoe that is tow lines attached to it, but it's not, those lines aren't attached to anything currently, just driven down as far as it can go without being in the water. Just kind of left there with the bucket turned back towards land.
I'm gonna swing on it.
Just be careful.
That's permission. Gone.
Yeah. So as you go to do that, let's actually get into some of our first rolls of this game, I suppose. So roll me a sharp.
I don't think I'm good at that. Hold on. Alright. Remind me one more time what dice I roll, because it's been a little while.
2d6
That's what I thought.
and
Perfect.
add sharp.
That's a total of 9 with a +0 from my sharp.
Ooh, excellent. So as you, because you just immediately go to hop on and start grabbing these cables, and as you just start swinging, you kind of accidentally kick one of the doors where it had a sign on it that said, DEP, Department of Environmental Protection, with their seal, and your foot grazes it, and you see that the thing, the actual symbol itself, tilts on the side of the van, on the side of the door.
Gonna hop down, but just kind of onto the top of it to peer around all creepy-esque and try to push it to get to move.
It's a magnet, and so it pushes right down, and you see diamond construction.
The vehicles lie.
Oh, do
While
they
this
lie?
is going on, what are the rest of you looking into?
Probably walking closer down towards the waterbed.
Oh, okay, yeah. As you head down towards there, what are you looking for?
Well, we know that the water's been dropping from what we were told. There may be some connection towards the water level lowering,
Mm-hmm.
connected to these disappearances. Normally, coincidences like this, especially in our line of work, aren't exactly coincidences. So he's checking the water line, checking this, and he is going to attempt to, not sure if it would be weird or sharp, to try to reach out and feel for anything off.
So that depends. If you're trying to use your normal senses to either investigate or to kind of get a read of the situation and what's happening, with your traditional senses, both of those would constitute sharp. However, if you wanted to substitute weird for either of them, that would be that you're trying to do it on a more arcane level, and I would adjust the what information you get accordingly.
Let's do that in that case. Let's go for weird.
Is this more of an investigation, or are you trying to get a general read on it?
Let's go for trying to get a general read. We don't quite know what's going on yet. We're reaching out for clues first.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, roll weird and let me know what your result is.
All right, my weird is a +2, a 6, and a 3. That's 11? 11.
Wow. Okay. So, if we're using read a bad situation as written for this, only with a more arcane bent. So you can ask me 3 of the following questions on that very excellent roll. What is your best way in? What is your best way out? Are there dangers we haven't noticed? What is the biggest threat? What's most vulnerable to me? What is the best way to protect the victims? So a lot of these don't quite meet. So I think the way that we'll handle this is as you get a read on these situations, as someone who is very well versed in rituals, you can definitely see that there's a correlation. That something about it, the fact that people were taken in the same pattern as the water was falling, that's not a coincidence. You definitely feel like there is some sort of ritualistic nature to that. On a roll that well, as you start to try to reach out for that magic, you get a very sick feeling from the water. It's like, because you're reaching out with your magic to kind of get a feel and a sense for, what's going on with that and how it relates to what is going on. And as you're going down the slope, down the side, you're getting this sense of like, yeah, this is, there's clearly a correlation here. This makes sense. And then you turn towards the water and you get this overwhelming feeling that something is aware of you. And it is not glad that you are here.
Oh. That's not good.
As you continue, you can feel the traces of the magic, of some magic, on the binds coming off of the bucket that Oshin is currently swinging on. And it is not the source of it. They are not the source of that magic.
But it's tainted. The lines themselves are tainted with magic.
Yeah, they had contact with magic. It feels different than the magic it feels different than the presence in the water. It is as if they had contact with something highly magical.
Okay.
I mean, you rolled a 10 plus, so you get all of that because you're very good at what you do. Enoch, what are you looking at?
I think Enoch is just trying to do a clear-cut investigation. I think he's not really trying to dabble into the weird as of right yet. So I think he's looking for signs of struggle. He's looking for any sort of like drag marks, any sort of things that may have been left behind in a quick shuffle, things like that.
Sure. Roll sharp.
There's a 10.
Okay. Um, so, if do you want to do it by the book, or are you looking for just whatever makes sense? Because questions you can ask me would be, what happened here? What sort of creature is it, if you can discern? What can it do? What can it hurt? Where did it go? What was it going to do? Or what is being concealed here?
And I get one of those questions correct.
2 on a 10 plus.
Let's do what is being concealed here,
Mhm.
and sorry, where are the other questions?
What happened here?
Okay.
And then what sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can it hurt? Where did it go? And what was it going to do?
Where did it go?
Excellent. So we're going to start with what is being concealed here. And as you start looking around, you hear your first big hint. The vehicle is alive. And as you look up, you see the magnet is basically pushed all the way, so it's almost falling off of the door. And it says Diamond Construction. So clearly, it wasn't the DEP being involved or anyone official.
Someone hired like third-rate construction company to get rid of stuff.
And as you're looking through, you've been around. You know, you've traveled all around. You've done manual labor to get by in places where, you know, you were stuck. It might need a little bit extra cash. You noticed the tracks for this construction vehicle.
Yep.
The reason it's stuck there is because they couldn't get it back out.
So somebody kept it in there.
Whoever was driving it didn't know what they were doing.
Got it.
So you have a sense that whoever was doing this was trying to make it look like they were official, that they knew what they were doing. But these are just a bunch of people that are just desperately trying to get the steeple out of the water, and have successfully. And where did it go?
Yeah.
As you start looking through the tracks, you see one set of truck tracks that are much heavier than the rest, as if something very large had been put in the bed, and you can track where it's going on the way back.
I think,
August. Oh, go ahead. You first.
No, I think that anybody who's just kind of looking around will see Enoch sort of hunch over, just like, oh, man, rain's bad on my legs. He'll go into his coat and he'll check to make sure that his magnum is loaded. And then he will lean back up. I found some tracks. Looks like anybody who did this are damn amateurs. So their messiness might be a balm for us.
That's great. I have some bad news, unfortunately.
Oh, please.
By the looks of it, the signs were given in the general fail of things. The people disappearing and the reservoir reducing by about a foot isn't coincidence. Their two are linked. Some kind of ritual.
Ritual, you say?
On top of that, whatever's out there, it's affecting the water. It feels sick, wrong. And whatever's out there knows we're here and isn't happy.
August. What have you been up to?
As all of this that has been happening, August has been writing in a journal, putting it behind his back, pulling out another journal, replacing it with the other journal that he had, seemingly out of nowhere. And for those looking, has been furiously sketching this whole scene, everything, putting in little notes beside of things that he's thinking about, things that are there, notes about the material, mostly focusing on the construction site. But what August wants to do is look around to see what the people are like. If there are people, if people are going about their daily day, are we alone here? What is the mood on the wind?
So you are alone here. Whoever was here has abandoned
gone.
this spot.
Okay.
However, if you roll sharp, you can get a sense for what, like, because you're specifically looking for how, like, people have been moving or behaving in this space.
Mhm.
And so roll sharp, and
That is a 4.
the vehicle marks seem to be the ones that are most heavily imprinted here. A lot of the ground here is clay and shale, and so it's very hard for footprints to, like, press down in a way when there's mud for it to happen. However, with a 4, you do notice a stark contradiction. If the reservoir has gotten this low, where the hell did all this mud come from?
My friends, there seems to be a lot of mud with the reservoir being so low. I mean, obviously we're not alone here, even though people aren't here.
Which means either a lot of water is being moved, it's rained extremely recently, which doesn't seem to be the case here, or something is bringing the mud out of the water.
Well, my vote would be on the latter.
I really hope it's not the latter.
What would they need with mud?
Maybe it's not what they need from mud. Maybe it's what they need from the water.
Can I lick it? The water, specifically.
Because you're sitting fairly close to the water, as you're kind of, like, looking around, you get a very sick feeling. Oshin, you very specifically get the feeling that you're being watched.
Is it a new kind of sick feeling?
Yeah, well, it's a familiar but old sick feeling.
That's what I was worried about. And if I were to poke the water and give it a sniff, give it a lick, what does it taste like?
Okay, you put your hand in the water. I need you to roll me weird.
For as weird as I am, I'm not good at weird. I fucking lied. I rolled 2 6s, which would be a 12, but that's -1, so that's an 11.
As you go to put your hand in the water, you immediately feel a hand reach for yours. And you feel as if something's trying to grab at you and drag you in immediately, but but as quickly as that feeling comes, it disappears.
The second that feeling hits it, they are scrambling away from it back towards Enoch specifically. And it's just an immediate grab on to some part of him. Just
Hey, what the hell was that?
Are you all right?
That is not the first time water has tried to keep me in it. But Aaron is very right.
About which part?
Oh, there's something watching us. There's something in the water, and it tried to drag me into it. So,
Stay away from the water. Got it.
Any reservations if I take a look as well?
Just be careful.
be
Cool.
fast.
Of course. I guess we'll make their way over to the water, and he'll get as close as he can, get on a knee, and gently put his fingers on the tops of the water and see if he can feel that connection.
Roll weird.
Okay.
Yeah, just roll weird.
That is going to be that's going to be a 12.
So you don't feel the connection, but you do still feel that malignance in the water. And it's strange because like you feel the water and like everything is like it feels like water. Nothing about the water itself feels dangerous in like a mundane sense. But you do sense a connection from this to something else.
For those who are listening, I'm not going to say it very loud, but still touching the water is going to say, "You've tried to take one of my friends." Not sure if I know exactly what you're up to, but if I have an inkling and an idea, I will find it out. I will discover you. We will catalog you and prevent you. So please make this interesting for us.
You feel the water move. It and the entire reservoir raises by an inch.
Raises by an inch.
As if it is moving towards you, as if to acknowledge your gambit.
What the?
August will stand up with a bright, wider smile and say, "Right, where shall we go next, team?"
I don't think it liked your little challenge.
I hope not.
Well, we can follow the tracks, see where those lead, keep a safe enough distance from the water, and figure out where these things went.
Well, with me trying to challenge it, it slips up, shows us a little more of its hand. We can get a better sense.
I swear to God, though, if you make me call in another one of my outside favors to help solve all problems,
2 beers?
it's going to be a lot more than beers.
Excellent. And so, with the new information in tow, you head down the road. You cross the reservoir. You start heading through these gorgeous dips and turns in the road. You can see just beautiful trees all around as you start heading more towards town. You see homes and other sorts of things. The first major landmark you hit is, and it's the landmark that, like, you are being, like, the tracks are drawing you to specifically, is the Neversink General Store.
Sudden music change just threw me for a loop.
Yeah, I have to apologize. There's supposed to be another change in the middle, but I missed it. We'll get back there. Don't you worry. Neversink General Store, as you pull up, is on the left. You see the tracks pull down this hill and then back kind of behind the building. It is a long yellow-sided building with red metal roofing, what looks like a little faux clock tower with a clock in it, a gas station, and it's open. It seems very busy. There's a lot of cars coming in and out. People are talking about, as you're walking through, are talking about going to the fair, and you kind of overhear people talking about that as families are, pumping gas and then heading down the road away from the direction you folks came from, so further into town.
I know that look. I know that look.
Are we going in? Are we going in?
Well, if we're going to be here a while, we might as well grab ourselves a bite to eat. No use doing all this on an empty stomach.
Use a tea?
Okay. Okay.
Just no energy drinks this time. I still remember the mess we had to clean up last time.
Noted.
Yeah, you folks head inside. And as you head inside, to your left, there is a whole deli counter. Behind it is a person probably in their 30s. They're wearing like a metal t-shirt and a flannel that's like rolled all the way up. The air conditioning's on in here, so it's a little bit chilly. To your right is just it is like it almost serves as a grocery store to a degree, because there's not much around this area. So it has like your normal gas station stuff, but it also has like all of your general necessities that a household would need.
I am going to go try to make friends with the cashier.
Yeah. Just standing behind the counter. How are you?
I am great. How are you?
Doing just fine. Keeping busy. And, he's like putting meat up on a slicer and like slicing some ham, and he's making sandwiches, and some people on the right like waiting for, their sandwiches to be made. Can I get you something?
No. Can I get you something?
No. I don't think anyone's ever asked me that before. But thanks.
Sounds good. I made a friend, and they're gonna leave. That was their only task.
Order up! He dings a bell on the counter and hands the sandwich over.
Enoch's going to approach the same gentleman. Question for you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. You seen, maybe people covered in mud stop in here, maybe pick up some sandwiches, some drinks, maybe some coffee, maybe might have looked a little frazzled.
When? I mean, we're kind of in the middle of nowhere out here. You're going to have to be a little more specific.
Yeah, maybe they had a big building on the back of their truck.
Oh, with the steeple. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and some DEP folks stopped by last night. I think it was last night.
How many of them?
Like 2 or 3 came in, but there were like 6 trucks out there, and they were pumping gas and stuff.
They were heading out west that way?
They're heading into town.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, any sort of we're listen, we're higher ups, right? So we just want to make sure that, things OSHA, staying within the confines of our organization. But as long as everything was above board, they weren't looking, scared or high or anything like that. We put them on a job like that. That's a big responsibility. Just want to see if they can hack it.
I'm gonna roll for that. Give me charm.
All right. With a -1, that is 9.
Actually, thinking about, are any of us good at charm?
I'm not.
No.
I think I've got maybe a +1.
Minus
I've got a +1 in everything except weird and tough.
they pass the sandwich that they're making off, and like the people who are waiting, they go and there's a a teenage kid with like half their head shaved, face full of piercings. He's checking them out, and just if you tell me why you're really here, I might just tell you, but we know it's a small town. I know the people who work for the higher ups over at DEP pretty well at this point. So why don't you tell me the truth and maybe I'll talk about it.
All right. You want the truth? Leans in. That darkness becomes much more apparent. There's a click underneath the jacket. The truth is, you're going to want to be as honest with me as possible. The yellow eyes becoming far more apparent as the glasses slip down the nose.
He smiles like, okay, so you're not a cop then?
No.
Yeah, they weren't DEP. And he stands up, it's like, can I get you a sandwich?
No, you can just get me the answers I need. Stop
Yeah.
fucking around.
Hey, I'm not fucking around. They weren't DEP. They were some assholes dressed like DEP that were swearing. No one talks about where they're working that much unless they're trying to convince you that's where they're working. They weren't no goddamn DEP. But I'm not a cop. I'm not here to stop nobody for nothing. They came, they bought their shit, they left.
Did you happen to hear what they were talking about? Other than working for the DEP that, they don't work for?
That's all they said really loudly. But when they thought no one could hear them, sound travels.
Yeah.
And hey, Brian, the kid over the counter kind of turns around and is like, what did those weird guys say the other day? Like, oh yeah, they were talking about they need to get more bittersweet. The weirdest fucking thing. That shit's everywhere. Why would you need more fucking bittersweet? Yeah, it's fucking weird. Yeah, they were talking about that they needed to get more bittersweet, which is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever heard of.
Local wildlife?
Bittersweet, it's a plant. It grows really natural around here. There's like little red berries on it. Don't eat them. You will be sick.
Good to know.
It's called bittersweet because the leaves taste that way. It has a really gross smell if you like crush it up. Really acrid.
Accurate.
Yeah,
Just gotta like look to the others like kind of with a look of that description sounds rather familiar.
We have a connection?
Possibly. Huh.
Yeah, who fucking knows? No one keeps that shit around, so I don't know why they would want some, no less why they would want more.
Huh.
So, is there, you said it's abundant, right? So, whereabouts could somebody find more of that around here?
I could walk 15 feet into the woods right there and grab a fistful if I really wanted to. Like, it is everywhere around here. But it's like, and that's why it's strange, right? Why would you need more if there's already so much? Like, they're collecting it for fucking what?
It's a good question, actually. And what would construction workers need with bittersweet?
Well, as we know, they're not construction workers.
They aren't even construction workers? Fuck.
They might be a cult.
Let's not joke about that.
That would make sense. And they start wiping down the counter.
Oh, great.
Why would I joke about cults?
Bittersweet could be something they need for that ritual that August was talking about. something that might be just an ingredient that they need. And if it is, and they need more of it, they're still getting prepared. So I think we keep doing what we have been doing. March our way forward to where they were.
Before we do that, though, she's got literally a large can of energy drink in her hand. Can I get one of the chicken parmesan sandwiches? Those
Come
look
right up.
fantastic.
Just starts whipping up a sandwich. Y'all need anything else while we're at it?
I do have one last question for you, gentlemen. We have been told that there have been reports of people going missing. Are there truth to these claims?
Yeah, and it's been really fucked up. Lots of people have been going missing. Like, it's like a lot of people out in the woods and stuff. It's no one, like, not like the people that are like right in town, but very few people live right in town. It's, you know, it's like a postage stamp. Anyway, but like, it's weird. Yeah. It, like sometimes people just go. It's a small town. People just leave sometimes. But like, there's something going on. And the stadies are running around acting like nothing's happening. So we're just trying to keep, you know, my family's been here for a long, long time. Just trying to make sure that we keep ours taken care of.
Any one individual that has specific ties, or that's not the word. Anybody we can follow these up with? Any people who are directly connected to some of these disappearances? Maybe a family member?
You know, I think the Grays spend a lot of time down at Eureka Market. You could probably head down there and check.
Aliens.
The Pierces, I think one of their cousins went missing too. They run the library.
Oh. Is it the Daniel Pierce Library?
There's only one.
What are your thoughts on a guy named Denman?
Oh, the Denmans? Yeah, there's a couple of town names of people who've been here forever. The Deans, the Denmans, the Coombs, the Grays have been here for a long time, just generation after generation after generation. Have always lived up here, always will, kind of thing.
All right. Well, I got my information. I'm gonna go grab a tea.
Have any of them been taken? You know, the prominent ones?
I think so. I'm not up on everyone, but I don't know of any of our family that have been missing, but I did hear that some of the one of the Grays went missing. So not particularly close with them, but word gets around.
Well, Enoch will take the jacket off, take out of the pocket. You'll see the holster with Magnum in it. We'll roll the sleeves up, and out of his back pocket, we'll take two leather driver's gloves. We'll just put them on, take a pack of smokes, and just light one outside. Well, if I understand correctly, then maybe whatever this Holt is, they might be trying to find something old, and there's nothing older than the blood of the people that have lived here for generations.
It's true.
So if they've been taken, then we got to find them first.
Just after paying and taking a bite out of the sandwich. Good. It's a good theory. But we'd have more of a connection, and more of them would have been taken. Holy shit.
Well, we're going off of the hearsay of one individual who's not sure of everyone who's gone missing.
Go check the papers.
Go check the
Small
papers.
town, somebody disappears, they're bound to put it there.
You got a paper for today?
Yeah, as you poke your head back in, You notice he's actually coming out. It's like, shit, I forgot to tell you. They were driving highway department trucks. The one with the steeple on it. Yeah, the highway department has these red fucking trucks. Can't miss them. Has a symbol on the side. They're all the same goddamn truck. Has the same front rack, everything. One of the steeples was in the back of one of the highway department trucks.
Hmm.
You want a paper?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
$1.50.
Here.
He pulls a paper out of the rack, like just inside the doorway, and hands it over
Also,
to you.
this sandwich, phenomenal.
Appreciate it. Before you leave town, make sure to come back and get another one.
Oh yeah, I want to try out more of that menu.
And he dips back in.
Well, should we keep going into town then?
Yeah, we should go into town, check out that paper, and then maybe we check out that library first.
I think the library is a good idea.
We can let our benefactor know what exactly we found so far.
I'm not a big fan of the fact that his name is on that list. I don't think we tell him shit for right now.
I think we have to be. Oh, sorry. I think we have to be careful with whatever name or whoever we talk to, because we don't know if this is a cult, who is a part of it. Even if it's just those DEP people, could be people in the town as well.
Could be people in the it could be one of us.
True.
Why would it be one of us?
There's always a rat.
I'll try to make sure it's not me.
Thank you, Oyster.
Always happy to help.
I'm too curious to be a cult member.
I've seen too many cults.
As you folks are standing outside, you do see where the tracks that you were following end. The tracks wrapped around the back, and there's a hose out back. You can see where they very clearly hose down the tires before they continue.
Mm.
In here is a little bit of a map. Folks, we're using a tool to kind of show not only control the music that you're hearing, but also kind of show the players some of our handouts and stuff. So you folks are at the Never Seen General Store. So you have a couple of places of interest to head into. As you go through that paper that you have, there's a lot in here about the Little World's Fair. And there's actually a little bit of a history article about it in here. It's been open for 140 years. It is the longest running fair in New York history. History on it goes back for basically as long as the town of Grahamsville has existed, which is the town neighboring Neversink. You see a list of exhibits, and one of them is the Neversink Reservoir History exhibit, being posted at the Grahamsville Little World's Fair.
Do you think they're pulling a Britain and just taking things for a museum?
I don't know.
Museums are prisons for culture.
Well, do we still want to head to the library first, or is there anywhere else we want to go?
Well, he mentioned the highway department. Looking at this map,
It looks
looks
like
like it's all on the way into town.
we'd hit the highway department, and if we kept going afterwards, we get the fair, and lastly, the library. I say maybe hit those in those order, unless we want to split up.
If there's a cult involved, splitting up, horrible idea. I'll be
The
looking
last time that
close.
happened, everyone died.
Yeah.
I
That.
cannot agree with that. My question is the berries. was already reported of a caustic smell. There's no way those two are not linked together for that to be that smell, but why?
Maybe it has something to do with the area. Whatever this thing is that's influencing the lake, or the lake itself, it's local. So they're using local fauna to influence it. Control it or agitate it.
In the
Or
library. Oh, yes,
create.
that's true. If it's caustic, there might be actual physical binds hiding it down. Could be a way to get it off. In the library, we might be able to find more information about those berries too.
We can find some. It shouldn't be hard. I'm going to try to work my magic on it, see what I can find out.
He did say there was one back if we were to walk behind the shop, what didn't he?
Yeah, just inside the woods.
They went up for a little excavation?
What's the worst that could happen?
We could uncover the monster and die horribly.
Oh, please. We've encountered plenty of monsters before and been just fine.
Yes, the hubris will get us through. There.
Confidence.
It's good to be optimistic.
Oh, come on, old sport. Might be our last go. We might have more after this. Isn't it
You still owe me
exciting?
from last time. Don't you dare say it's last go.
I don't know what you are talking about. And and August will, with a smile, walk toward the woods with hands behind their back.
Ocean will get up close to Enoch and whisper, "It's fine. Whatever happens, I'll make sure you stay alive."
Oh, thank you very much. You know I'm going to do the same. I don't like starting off with lies.
I know.
But whatever happens is what's ever going to happen. So you can't change what we don't know.
All right. August, as you head in, it is literally 10 steps in. There are large trees, and you see these bushes of just dark red, like it's like dark brown sticks with very open green leaves and a ton of red berries. It seems as you look a little bit closer that they're actually more like vines, but in the areas where it's kind of like just literally just stretching out and forming almost like a giant ball. But they're also seeming to like cling to the trees and pulling themselves across other plant life in the area.
So they're invasive.
Could be a good reason to try and pluck them and use them for a kind of ritual.
An invasive native plant. If it's this invasive, though, that indicates it didn't originally come from here. Like kudzu down south.
How do we know that these DEP people haven't been here before? Maybe they planted it. August will try to pluck one of the berries.
Yeah, it comes right off.
Is it firm? Is it more squishy?
This type of year, it's more firm now.
I'm gonna
Go ahead.
I'm gonna toss one to Ocean.
Don't eat it.
It was too late. The second the toss happened.
Why did you do that? They're toxic.
It'll be fine.
So when you bite it, it tastes intensely bitter immediately. And then afterwards, it has a very sweet aftertaste.
Horrible at first, but it got better. Like people. Anyway, was I supposed to do something with that wasn't that?
I was just wanting to see if you would go down the drain and see what happens.
Well, it lives up to its name. That's about all I have for you. Sorry. Does
No.
it feel like this would kill me?
No.
It would not kill me.
That's good.
As you're looking at this more, you definitely can tell it's a climbing vine, but it seems these seem to have been here for a long time. This isn't a new occurrence. It is literally everywhere. It's not like kudzu where it's like climbing all the way up the trees and it's like a huge problem, but it is plentiful. It is all around.
Actually, that's an idea. That's a very good idea, actually. I'm looking for the effects for use magic, and I see something in there. Observe another place or time. Using the berries as a catalyst. Try to look for people who are gathering it in large groups.
Wait, which move are you using that for?
Use magic.
Ooh.
For one of the effects, observe another place or time.
I mean, if you want to, roll weird.
Go forth. Be weird.
Be abnormal in this time of peace.
A 7.
Okay. On a 7, it works imperfectly. Choose your effect and a glitch.
Wait. Hold on. Alrighty. So the effect is observe another time or place. For the glitches, you know what? It's already kind of happened before, so let's keep with the theme. The magic draws immediate unwelcome attention.
Okay.
I saw that look. Uh-oh.
So, you focus. And you're focusing on the plant. And for a moment, as your magic reaches out, the orange red of the berries fills your vision. And then you fade backwards. And you are no longer in Neversink. You are instead standing outside of a different town. And that town has a sign that says Bittersweet. And you see the plants all around. It is there's wagons, very clearly a very different time and a very different place. And you are seeing the people, there's two people and they're arguing about something. And then you hear rising water and you see all of the houses gone. And then the water begins to rise. And then you flash back a little further. And you are seeing people scything up large amounts of bittersweet. And it's even further in the past. And you're seeing them collecting all of this bittersweet. and one of them says, "This should be enough. If we put it inside with it, that should solve it." And then you are thrust forward. And you are standing in what looks like a very large garage. You aren't, and it is in there. You see the church steeple, and you hear a cracking sound and a splitting sound. And then a hand pierce through the wood and wrap around the outside as a darkened figure in this darkened garage pulls itself free and screams. And you are back. Instinctively, you look up, and the sky is darkened. From a beautiful summer day in August, the sky has suddenly immediately blackened.
Okay. I think I'm starting to get a bigger picture.
Have you found old sports?
Bittersweet was a name for more than just the plant. It's also the town that got sunk in the basin. But they used the plant for something. Put in with something. That would be enough. That should be enough. That was the wording used. I saw the steeple, and I saw something come out of the woodwork that looked very hostile and very not happy. We were correct about the bittersweet having some connection. Bittersweet is connected to the water, connected to the town below.
If anyone were to look over at August right now, is not standing where he stood seconds prior, is now in one of the bushes with a handful of some of these berries. So, does this mean we head further into town and figure out what's going on?
Yeah. We're looking for a large garage.
Large garage.
Big one, industrial sized.
I guess we'll put the berries into his pocket and hand out. How do you both, Enoch and Ocean, feel about this?
I don't think it's wise or possible to say good, but feels like the right path.
That sounds fine. I don't want to alarm anyone, or anything, because it's totally fine. This is totally fine.
When you repeat it's totally fine like that, Ocean, it doesn't sound totally fine.
I was gonna say.
Well, if you look up, it does look like there's another sign of the apocalypse.
What do you
That's fine. You
mean by
know,
that? What do you mean by that?
sky going all darkened and black.
Dark and ominous.
Yeah, so I
Well,
how
what?
I have the
I mean, it's fucking 6 o'clock. The sun's going down. It's it's not November. Never mind.
no, I'm also, how I'm built in with the pre-built knowledge of the apocalypse because I'm the harbinger of the apocalypse and all that. And it's great. It's totally fine. Yeah,
And this wasn't from you? Like you don't feel a natural connection to this?
from me?
Yes.
I don't cause the apocalypse. It's not.
No.
It's
I'm
not
not
my
blaming
fault.
you. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying, do you feel a connection to this?
Yes, that's what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Which means what I just saw wasn't happening in the past or future. That was happening now.
Then, first off, if we were to go, we should go sooner rather than later, if this is indeed one of the signs of the apocalypse. Secondly, we don't know exactly yet how this is going to shake out. Hopefully, we can chalk this all up to coincidence with the sky, but most likely it's not. Enoch, you were about to say, I apologize.
You know what? I don't know what I was going to say. I did not think we would be contending with apocalypse today, but I think, regardless of the fact of what we're experiencing, we have to deal with it. What are you thinking, Ocean?
There is one more thing I should probably mention that I didn't mention before.
Mention
But
it.
now seems a lot more relevant. Thank you. So the thing that I tried to touch with the water, or the thing that tried to,
Grab you?
it feels very familiar.
Hell yeah.
Familiar. Yes.
Like a mirror in a room of strangers?
A family member.
No, not a family member. Definitely closer to the mirror in a room full of strangers. Suspended animation, brackish water, something chasing. More like that.
Do you think it's him?
I don't know. It
Well,
seems likely.
since this plant seems to have a connection, I'll actually take out just a ritual dagger and just cut off a piece of it. Maybe it can be used as a catalyst to help.
As we're making our way, because I think everybody's intention here is to move in to find this garage. As we get back into the car, can Enoch attempt to call upon what made him the monstrous?
You absolutely can. Yeah.
Actually, hold on a minute. There's something I can actually assist with that. Surprisingly, because one of the things for magic, there's two of them. They can technically be combined, depending on GM's running. There's communicate with something you do not share a language with, and summon a monster into the world. Those technically could be combined to communicate with something from outside this world.
So y'all, in players and those watching, excuse me, y'all don't know me well, but you can do whatever you want. I will be very clear that there will always be interesting consequences depending on what you choose, or interesting outcomes, but also potentially interesting consequences. So how do you want to do this?
I think in my mind, Enoch will just go, Haster.
The first time you think that, you feel everything around you slow for a moment. And the second time, it slows even further. And the third time, you are no longer in the van. Instead, you are standing in a long, flat, pale plain. In all directions, you see sky and stars. And then from behind you, you hear a familiar voice. Yes.
Has this got anything to do with you?
That is a very complicated question.
It's not. You, Mr. King in Yellow, machinations, ruling whatever it is you see fit. Is this a little offering to you?
You are here for a reason.
Yeah.
I have put all the pieces in place, and you just need to go forth and do your job.
Which is?
What your job always is. It's time to save the world. And as that happens, August, you almost miss it because you folks are driving. And you see on the left a horrid sight. You see exactly what you were looking for. As you come to the town highway department, you see a multi-bay garage, and one of the front doors has been torn right off. Whatever has done that has torn through another car and then has taken off to somewhere. There is no one around. You have to like almost stop short.
Seeing
in
that,
moment.
gotcha. Seeing that at the last moment, August will kind of screech to a stop and pull off.
It is that sudden jolt that Enoch comes back to. That is what snaps you back to reality.
Is Enoch still in the passenger seat?
Yes. It has not left the passenger seat. Has been, well, I wouldn't say unusually quiet. I feel like during these trips, Enoch tends to,
doze off
be
in the
a little-
passenger seat. Yeah. Do a little
a
power
little
nap.
more stoic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not unusual. But has not physically left the space. No.
Well, I think this is a bit where Enoch's true nature comes out. I think he's just going to allow the group to follow the path. He is not going to say anything initially about potential Haster involvement.
As we are walking to the garage, from the same pocket that August put the berries in, is going to take out a stick. This just crooked stick, and is going to present it to Ocean. Found one while again the berries.
Token of friendship. I will treasure it always. I'm gonna put it like in a pocket.
The look you gave when we were talking by the store earlier, was that one of worry?
For which one? What topic? There were a lot of topics at the store.
The apocalypse.
It's the apocalypse. It's kind of like the end times, the end of all things.
Well, I guess we're lucky in that case that we've encountered them before and stopped what's happening.
I can see many a path for us to take. A path where we succeed, a path where we fail, a path where we die, a path where we run with our tails between our legs. But the thing I continue to see is that this can be prevented, and it's not your fault. So I would ask, my dear friend, that you trust in our group, and trust us, and trust yourself, because we trust you.
You shouldn't. And Oshin will walk a little further away.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, You knowing what all the signs are and being able to sense them gives us an edge. Normal people wouldn't get this. They just think it's freak weather.
As you folks head into this space, there is a lot to take in. You see deep gouges even into the concrete and through the door. You see a church steeple with the cross now bent and askew as the side of it has been blown wide open. You see a piece of it has actually kind of like wedged into one of the breeze block back walls. And then you do see the trail coming out the door, smashing through a truck, and then heading off into the woods.
Bloody fucking hell. What if they flooded the town to keep this thing at bay? But because they took the steeple and the water started acting up, it got free.
Well, then we know that this was done by a bunch of uninitiated non-professionals, which is frankly why we're fucking here. And I think it's clear to see that everybody except for Oshin, like, it knows that Enoch is definitely showing more of his actual personality here. The sort of wide open eyes have become very, like, his expression is darkened. He is taking on a lot more of a analytical and critical eye. He's sort of, you see him meticulously like checking weaponry on his person, like he's pocketing a knife and a pistol. Very much the guise of someone who was once a professional. So what we do here is critical. If Oshin is right, and it usually is, then this is not going to go well. But I think August is right. I think we have the opportunity to change a tide. We have the opportunity to do something a little different. And if we do that, well, then maybe people live. Maybe there's an opportunity for, 4 more assholes like us to save the world again. Who fucking knows? Now, if there is, where do we go next? Because if this thing is out, then it is hurting people.
Well, left tracks. And if my hunch is right, he's going to go to where it looked like the thing broke out. Start looking for details, because I've got a hunch from the vision scene we're going to get that acrid smell again.
Okay. So you all are in this space. Let's start investigating. So who takes one of the first steps into really starting to dig in?
I'm not doing anything. Oshin's not talking to anyone, so they'll go for it.
Okay. So what as you come into this space, what is Oshin kind of focused on?
Well, with what happened with the water and then the first sign, well, not the first sign, but one of the signs of the apocalypse, Oshin's definitely going okay, I am the harbinger of this. I'm connected to this. Let me see what I can feel, what I can learn, what I can do. And it's just going to, in a way that's probably not healthy, try to tie themselves further to it to learn more about it.
Okay. So let's start with a sharp roll, so you can get a feel for what is going on in this situation from your perspective.
Okay. do. Okay, that's not terrible. That's technically a success. It's a 7.
Okay. As you are heading forward, you get two very conflicting senses. The outside, you're getting a feel because of the things that you've been through, you do have a sort of magical attunement, kind of natural. The outside and the inside are opposites. So the energies that you are feeling from inside is the exact opposite of the magic or whatever is on the outside. And as you start looking over it, you can see there are things carved and then whitewashed over all over the outside of this. But you can't quite recognize what it says or means. But that's kind of what you're getting. With that information, if you'd like to tie yourself into that darker energy on the inside still, roll me a sharp at +2.
Bet. There's a 12. They are unfortunately good at this. That makes me sad.
Everyone else roll me a sharp.
That is an 8.
Okay.
7.
Mm-hmm. Enoch?
I think you're muted.
Whoops, sorry about that. This is for Sharp.
Yes,
Sharp.
please.
12.
Okay.
Ooh.
So Enoch sees it first. We're gonna start with Oshin, then we'll get to what Enoch sees. So you walk kind of around the outside of it and then to where the opening is. And you get the sensation that the only way to really truly attach yourself to it in this space would be to enter.
Okay.
Oshin, as you step in, you are no longer here in this space. You are teleported way back in your mind and in your spirit to the crushing depths. You are surrounded by dark and brackish water as far as the eye can see, the pressure of which is so crushing that you cannot move an inch. You are unsure if it recognizes that you are back here or not, but you're here. How do you feel in this moment?
It's, to use a turn of phrase, it's like all of the hope was drawn out from their body the second they found themselves back there, and it's just a hopeless pit of despair.
As that happens, the moment that happens, Enoch, you turn as you see Oshin step in. And Oshin's whole body goes stiff as a board. And they are practically standing on their tippy toes. In one spot, just not moving or reacting to anything at all.
Almost second nature. Enoch puts a hand on Oshin's shoulder and immediately is looking forward, gun pointed. Hey, you with me?
Oshin does not respond. You are looking at the inside of this church steeple now, and you see that the walls are full of, like, you can tell where the bittersweet for years and years and years had been in here and was gripping at the walls of the inside of the steeple before it was submerged, because you can see those marks of the roots digging in, and you also see the runes on the inside. Obviously you're not focusing on them right now, but they're very plain to see. Oshin, you do not feel or see anything at this point, except you start to feel the water slowly pick up. The sense that something is near. Enoch.
Yep.
Yeah, so you have Oshin by the shoulder. You have a weapon. You do not see anything, but Oshin is clearly completely just stiff as a board.
You said I saw runes?
Yeah, you saw some runes that were carved on the inside.
Are they similar to what Enoch saw when he first met Oshin?
No.
Okay.
Roll a quick sharp.
Yeah.
And at this point, everyone has noticed.
Oh.
What the?
9 to 11. Jesus,
Okay.
he's rolling well. Holy shit.
These are protection runes. Very clearly, these are protection runes that were used to hopefully keep something in, but because it has been shattered,
It's ineffectual.
it's ineffectual.
Got it. He is then going to pick Oshin up and take it outside.
The moment your body leaves the threshold of the steeple, you are whisked away, and you are back in your body, back in the space.
You there?
All right.
What'd you see?
Well, at least we don't have to guess anymore.
Guess about what exactly?
The end.
When before Enoch and I met, I was someplace else, and I'm not from here. It's that place is just liquid, just water, brackish, and there's something there in it. And when I'm there, I can't move, I can't see, there's nothing to hear. It's crushing. That's where I spent centuries, maybe millennia. I'm not sure.
Bloody hell.
They have. I went back. So
Which means whatever came out of there is from there. Or linked to it.
Roll me a weird, Aaron. And August, go ahead and roll me your choice, sharp or weird.
Okay. I'm gonna go with weird.
Ooh. 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 That's spicy. 13.
Ooh.
11.
Okay. So in saying that it must be from there, something catches your eye on the inside. And as you carefully move in and kind of like get a feel for it, you can tell that you're not going to be affected in the same way. And so you start investigating on the inside, and you can tell definitively that whatever was in here, it is related, but it is not from there. This was a cage that was holding something in. And it seems that Oshin was able to connect through this space to something else, to where it drew its power, for at the very least. With a 13, which is incredibly strong, you get the sensation that whatever this was holding in here did not originate from there, but something was turned into whatever this creature was, potentially willingly. And then that creature was entombed in here. August, with that check, you immediately recognize the runes on the outside. These are divine runes. So very, very powerful divine had put together intense magic, not only to hold whatever was in here, but to also shroud it from whatever was on the outside. And with that revelation, folks, we're going to take a break.
Oh,
Hell yeah, brother.
So, folks, thank you everyone for coming and hanging out, and thank you so much for the donations. Again, if we just hit the first donation threshold for the Dragon giveaway.
Woo!
So,
Wow.
if you are watching, please message the Dinner and a Game on Twitch, please, right now. It's an amazing cause, so please continue to donate. If we hit 200, someone's getting a dice tower. Yeah, we are going to take about 10 to 15 minutes. So please, self-care. If you've been here the whole time, and sitting down, you need to get up, stretch, get water, take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. And we're back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Dinner and a Game. We are in the middle of it, folks. Again, this game is Drowned Hounds, Drowned Gods, the Demon from Bittersweet, and I am Ren, aka Wrenound, aka Big Chainsaw Energy, your keeper for this game. And we have some fantastic news. We have raised $150 for charity so far this year. $155. Thank you, everyone who donated. We appreciate it so much. So that means at the end of stream, we are going to be giving away a really cool 3D printed dragon and egg. The thing's like big. It's gorgeous. And you can win it if you stick around. And if we get $45 more of donations, 45, that's it. They're also giving away a second dragon and a 3D printed super awesome dice roller. Please.
It is so cool.
Look at that. It's huge.
It's Lord.
That is like the size of your face. That's huge. Look how gorgeous that is. Like, honestly, I want a shot at winning that. That is amazing.
Secrets.
Oh, that's dope.
Gold.
Thank you so much for showing that off. To recap where we are at, folks, our team of monster catalogers, not quite hunters, maybe hunters if they needed to, are hot on the trail of a monster that they have realized has something to do with the apocalypse. The end of the world is pending, and the sky has blackened. As Oshin, our summoned, was returned to the watery depths from which they were once saved and trapped there, only to be pulled from the grips of that fate by Enoch, August and Aaron did some investigation. Aaron realized that whatever being was trapped in here was turned into that, likely willingly, and then interned within this, wrapped in bittersweet and surrounded by runes that August was able to identify were divine in nature, to force it in and keep it enclosed, but also to keep it obscured from outside prying eyes. And that is where we continue our scene.
Well, it would seem some of my other kin were here before that has put down protection rooms. Things to not only obscure it from the town, but to make sure it was safe inside. Protected, not a harm or a danger.
Looking at these runes, it's not just that, it's a cage. This was meant for containment, for keeping whatever was in here stuck in here, and from keeping anything else from reaching it. Since they broke that.
The question is why? I mean, people want to end the world, but were they aware or not? This is my fun question.
If I had to wager a guess, considering Oshin's connection to, well, where they said they were once before, I'd be willing to bet that whatever's in here has some connection to whatever was or is in that location. Maybe one of its servants, maybe one of its avatars. I don't know. But I think I can do something here. He's going to pull out his book. He's going to pull out those berries again. It's like, these, along with those, were used to contain it. He's going to go to an empty page on his book, putting it down. The runes on the inside of his glove start glowing as he's attempting to use his knowledge of various different magical rituals to take the protection off the chapel and weave it into a spell he can use later.
For those of you who do not recall, Aaron got a ridiculous 13 to look at these runes. So I'm going to say that just works.
And the best thing is, because of the ability go big or go home, I now have a +1 I can use for a future roll.
Nice.
Excellent. So at this point, you saw part of the trail leading into the woods that you have not investigated. And I think that is all that remains here.
It would seem that our timetable has increased. If this thing is already out, instead of being still locked up, we've got to move quicker. What place do we sacrifice? Do we continue to go into the town, or are we following this trail?
Are you kidding? Going into the... If it's going away from the town and somewhere else, it's going to gain ground on us. We better get hot on this thing's heels. It knows we're here.
Enoch.
Yes, sir.
As a professional who has been very much in that mode, you've tracked monsters with less.
Mm-hmm.
So if you would like to, you do have the ability to roll sharp to be able to dive into that while the investigation into the runes and everything is going on.
Yeah, I love that. Wow, math is difficult, you guys.
Mode.
14. That's max.
What?
2 6s plus 2.
You're ruining me. Okay.
Sorry.
So when it comes to investigation, on a 10 plus, you get to hold 2.
I see the strands of the universe and I've become one with it.
So you can spend to ask the keeper one of the following questions. Oh, sorry. On a 12 plus, you can ask the keeper any question you want.
Where is it?
This was missed by the camera, so I'm going to do it again for effect. So, as you are looking into this, you are seeing the trail that it's leading and the trail it's cutting up and over the hill. And you remember something. That when you were looking through the information about the history in the newspaper, it said, "Oh yeah, this history exhibit
thank God.
hosted by the Daniel Pierce Library." And so you have a strong sense that if this thing was looking for something,
It's looking for the library.
it would likely be beelining it there as quickly as possible.
Glasses are taken off, put on the inside pocket of his vest. We got to get to the library, and we got to get to the library about an hour ago. That thing is heading there as fast as it possibly can, and we need to beat it.
Everyone into the truck, please.
Yeah.
All right, who's driving?
August has been driving the whole time. Let's leave it to them.
All right, I'll take shotgun.
As they're getting into the truck and they're going, Oshin pulls out and holds very dutifully a weapon that I will leave to Alec to describe said weapon.
Please tell me it's not a teddy bear.
Is it the stick?
I'm sorry, the quiet little. Is it the stick?
I'm suddenly here seeing Yoda.
No. No.
Whack you on the head with my stick.
Yeah, Alec, would you care to elaborate? Share with the class, if you will.
I'm running through DMs right now because my brain is bad.
Here, I'll give it to you.
Reasonable.
I'll give it
then
to you.
I'll describe the drive.
Yeah, go for it.
Mhm.
So you head across town. You're going over hills. Just after you pass the town dump, you dip down past Eureka, the cafe. You start heading through like the only thing so far that has resembled a neighborhood, just like some houses off the side of the road, some roads stretching in, small roads stretching in different directions. As you go, you can clearly see that like people are running and screaming. Like there is a house that has been obliterated by something that has already passed through it. And you're headed down. August, how are you?
August is not only driving recklessly, just speeding up as fast as they can on this road to get there as quick as possible, dodging in and out of traffic if there even is any, but has a calm demeanor and a wide smile on their face, almost humming a tune.
Why are you always so goddamn cheerful in these situations?
Okay. Well, that's going to be interesting. So that goes really great until you get to the Grahamsville Little World Fairgrounds. It is Saturday. It is Saturday afternoon, the evening before the fireworks. And so people from all over, from several towns away, are lined up on the road on both sides trying to get in. You come around this turn fast. I'm going to need you to roll me a cool.
Gotcha.
I have a question.
Nyeh.
Yep.
Since one of my magic types is wall, can I use wall to make us a ramp?
You can certainly try.
I have that take one. I'm going to use it for this roll. I feel like I'm going to need it.
With the modifiers, that's going to be 12.
So the 12, you don't get in a car accident. Let's see how the magic, because the trick is you're trying to get there fast. And so
With the +1, that's a 12. 5, a 4, a +2, and then the +1 from held over.
Nice.
you're in the right-hand lane. It's a 2-lane road. You shift over to dodge traffic. Everyone is held at the far side at the one covered bridge in Grahamsville, New York. And you see a line of traffic going the other way. There's no way in because there is a person negotiating traffic standing in the middle. But right before there's a hill, the road goes up and meets like this and then tees off. As you go, instead of leveling out, chanting in the back of the van, Aaron raises their hands and a wall lifts off the road and you sail over the second lane of traffic. Boom! Slam on the ground and just drive as quickly as you can. As you see a whole line of people like staring at you.
This is when Enoch sees the weapon, and I will now describe it because he's like, God, please don't fucking go off. Please, God, don't fucking go off.
Is it a nuke?
looks over and Ocean, like holding like a
And
fucking
you
teddy
sail.
bear, is a stupid fucking super hand cannon, just like a fucking teddy bear in their hands, because he has allowed it to hold this weapon, just for safekeeping. And he sees it's been drawn, and he's like, "Oh god, don't hand not on the trigger. Remember." No, don't drop it. Fuck. All right.
Everything okay back there?
Yep. Safety's on. Yep, we're fine.
Safety's on what?
A big gun. Helpful gun.
The big gun?
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
You are going through a very windy 20-mile-an-hour road. And you are just cruising at a cool 60 in this van. Screeching around turns,
Jesus.
hitting the occasional mailbox. And you do a full just slide, turn, and pull right in to the parking lot at the Daniel Pierce Library.
We're here.
You fucking owe me.
What does that make? 3 O's? 3 times? 3 things I owe you?
The front of the
3-1?
Daniel Pierce Library looks like what it once was, a single-story schoolhouse with large glass windows in front. It's a beige building with brick at the corners and around the windows. And then around the back is the extension, which is a long, tall, 3-story building. And you see that people are rushing out of this building. The fire alarm has been pulled. You can see the white strobing lights of the fire alarm. And people are just screaming. And out front, gesturing for people to come out, is a dark-skinned woman standing at about, 5'11", dressed in, a nice dress. A lot of brown with orange trim. And it's just trying to gesture for people to go, and just turns and sees you all miss every person in this parking lot somehow and just park the car in the only space where people are not running and screaming to.
All right. So we go in. Quick. See what the fuck this is.
Okay. You all hop out of the van and you start heading to the front door. And the woman just waits. You can't go in there.
No, that's where you're mistaken. You can't leave.
I'm not leaving. I need to make sure these people get to safety. If
Oh,
you want to
that
risk
was-
your neck, fine.
Make sure the people get to safety. Sorry, go ahead.
We'll take
pulls
care
out-
of this issue.
Just pulls out the book. It's like, trust me. We're professionals.
And she kind of rolls her eyes and continues to gather people up. As you folks head inside, the area where the disturbance is very clear. Because as you enter, you feel something beneath you moving.
Huh.
Well, shall we go? I don't see what else we could do.
We go.
Let's go kick some ass.
We've got this.
How interesting.
Oh, and you're gonna be beefier this time. I'm so excited. Oh, that's gonna make me so much less nervous. Let's go.
Real quick, show me your weapons.
Me?
There you go.
You bringing a weapon into this fight? So for those who bring out their weapons, we're going to use magic to enhance them, borrowing a little bit of that spell from the walls.
August's pen is going to start to glow. The pen was always mightier than the sword.
So can I roll use magic?
Please. I insist, in fact.
With, let's see, that's a 6 and a 2, plus 2, 6 and a 4, 10.
That is successful. So, your weapons glow with a similar hue. Anyone who's paying attention to their weapons, like particularly, roll sharp as you head inside. I'll take your rolls in a moment. As you folks head in and are looking for a way downstairs, you see a general directory, and you find a sign for restricted storage and an arrow pointing to a staircase.
Huh.
The staircase is significantly larger than it once was. The walls being forced and cleaved open as something has forced their way down here. You can tell that people were caught in its wake. And their remains are littering the walls and floor. For those who rolled sharp, what did you get?
Alec, you are muted.
Fucking 4.
A 4?
Yeah, snake eyes plus 2.
You notice nothing.
Hell yeah, brother! It's a gun.
You've identified it as a gun. At least, like with a roll that low, it's possible you would have lost it.
It's gone.
As you head down, you see that the damage along the walls shrinks. And then you see that the door at the end of the hall is ajar.
It's not a door.
Dimly lit room with racks and racks and racks of books and boxes and all sorts of things.
That's odd.
All right. August is going to click his pen a couple times and then flip it over and click it once more. And once it does, you've seen this a couple of times. It begins to grow, like the handle of it kind of grows a little wider, and where the actual pen part is also extends into a blade. That, as you haven't really seen many times, only when things have gotten real dire. But he'll lick the side of the blade, and as he does, flames come out from it, and you're going to see horns begin to sprout as like a purple ombre comes down to the forehead. Shall we?
We shall.
Your weapon.
Oh, he blessed everything. So that weapon, if that weapon was present, it got blessed too.
Oh, yeah, no, they're now handing it over to Enoch.
Thank you.
Because they're going in unarmed.
You don't need a weapon, do you?
I can't have one. Let's leave it at that.
It's okay. I don't need one either.
You folks head inside. How do you go about investigating the space?
I think there is at least Enoch. He's going to try and be second, if not first, and work door to door, just sort of clearing the entry points, as he's done a few times before. Just making sure that there are no people that need to get out, and just scoping for any signs that the thing they're looking for may have gone through any given room that they're in.
Okay. Are you folks trying to be particularly stealthy about these actions?
I would say Enoch would try, but
No.
I'm gonna say Oshin's gonna try, but that means Oshin's gonna try, and that's just unfortunate.
Okay. So, one second. I need to find.
How hard are they trying? I'm just gonna roll for this.
Okay. Roll cool. For stealth checks. And then roll sharp for your investigation and for trying to find them. It sounds, in the rest of you, are you all just kind of like splitting up and taking, because as you walk in, the room is as large and wide as the building is. And there are doors on different sides, and also all of these racks of things. So there's a lot of ground to cover.
The initial thought is look for the trail of wreckage. If the trail of wreckage suddenly ended the moment it got to this point, that immediately makes Aaron's hair stand on end of it changed shape.
That is exactly what you see. All of the damage stopped about 10 feet before the door.
And that immediately makes him start looking. If the damage stopped on the floor, he's going to start looking up.
You don't see anything there. Nothing apparent. This is drop ceiling, so if something were to like damage it, it would be very obvious.
He was also looking to see if something hiding on the ceiling. That's happened far too often. I fucking hate it when that happens.
Roll sharp. And then Enoch, you rolled sharp as well, correct?
Yeah, I got a 12.
Okay, excellent. August.
August is currently staying with Oshin and just keeping an eye out to what's around.
Okay.
So Oshin is going looking. And I did roll stealth, and I rolled really well for stealth. That is a total of 12, which is the worst that could have happened, because that is essentially the equivalent of a 0.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Yeah, not good.
A 12
Yep.
is the equivalent. How so?
For me,
Better it is, the worse actual
the better
outcome.
it is, the worse it is.
Yeah, brother.
So
Are your numbers reversed?
Okay.
By a little bit, they mean yes.
You mean yes, though.
Yeah, not for absolutely everything, just for most things, to be clear.
Okay. So Oshin got a 12 for stealth. What was your, because you're also looking. So what is your sharp?
I will then roll sharp. Which is 7.
Okay, thank you. And so let's go down the list. Enoch, you are attempting to be stealthy.
Yep.
You roll. What did you roll for cool?
Oh, cool. I rolled sharp for investigation, but I did not roll.
Yep. What did you get on that investigation again? Because I got
12.
a 12. Yeah, I thought so.
And then this is, you said cool?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, 1 second.
It's being cool under pressure.
7.
7. Okay. So middling. Excellent. Yeah. Next we have August. Are you trying to be stealthy?
Yes.
Okay, so roll both.
I did for cool, I got a 8. For sharp, I got a 6.
Okay. Last but certainly not least, Aaron.
So Aaron, unfortunately, is not going about this stealthily. He's walking into the room normally.
Mhm.
But that is a 8.
8. Okay. You split up.
Shit.
So Enoch takes the immediate left, heads down that left wall, and is going room by room. You feel like you are being sufficiently quiet. You feel confident in that, and you're clearing rooms. You're clearing rooms, and then something very loud and distracting happens. Let's cut over to Aaron and Ocean.
Oops.
Sorry. August and Ocean. So as August and Ocean are headed down the right-hand side and moving down, you're checking room after room, and then you see a door that is open.
That's suspicious.
So as you turn and go, and Aaron, who's kind of heading down the middle, you also notice the door a little bit after they do. About the same time. And as you peer in, you see a person dressed in all black, looks like a very old suit. He's standing in front of a box, and they reach in and they pull out a necklace.
Oh, that's not good.
And they hold it to their chest. And that is the moment where Oshin takes one step backwards and knocks the entire shelf behind it over. An 8-foot-tall metal shelf full of books and boxes tilts and slams into the one in front of it. And the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, all the way down.
Distraction.
Damn it.
It slowly
Little sticks.
turns and says, "Oh, I remember you." As it turns, it doesn't have like normal features. It's very fair features, a very pale skin. But the hair is dark and wet. And their clothes, as they get closer, you can smell that it smells damp, and that it's trailing water under it. I've seen you before.
August will take a step in front of Oshin with the sword out, pointing to the ground at first, but it just starts still smoldering on fire. Careful, friend.
I am not looking for any trouble from you. I do have places to be. If you would please.
What, spent too much time in a church lately?
What could a person be dripping with water have a place to be?
Oh, I'm not a person. I haven't been a person for centuries, millennia.
So who are you? Or what are you?
They had a name for me. The Demon of Bittersweet. The Devil of Bittersweet? It doesn't matter. They were wrong anyway. What would a demon want with their little town? And I suppose you could say, what would a god want either?
So what does that necklace have to do with all of this, then?
Oh, it's the last thing I need. A promise was made. A promise was broken. There must be repercussions for that. and you see they begin to form almost like a black hole of light. And the light in the room they're in begins to get dimmer.
Yeah, no offense, we can't really allow that.
Gonna start gently pushing Oshin back. The closer it gets, just the farther back.
Like just getting to the side, like little slaps. Why do we not do all of that? You don't need to. What are you trying to get repercussions for? Like, it's fine. I'm sure.
I've lost the vernacular. Let me try explaining it this way. And they step forward. You buy a loaf of bread. The money is mine, bread is yours. If you need a lot of bread, but you don't have money, and I loan you that bread, but you break that deal. And like as they close their hand, you see the light around it gets dimmer. Shouldn't there be some repayment?
I hate capitalism.
If you give someone your word and you break it, a deal was made.
That's true.
And a town was named Never Sink.
Sink.
And that the money is mine, bread is yours. Those lands would remain untouched. Those lands would remain pristine. Those lands, the one that she was asked to care for, to nurture, and to make whole for the people that lived here, on the one condition that they would remain there and they would continue their worship. But they banished her beneath the waves instead. Their head begins to tilt further than is natural. There must be payment.
Who?
The drowned god. And all of the fire extinguishers go off.
How can and there's fear very present in Enoch. I think that no matter how many times a monster has been encountered, no matter how many times an old one has been breached, there is always this like
So your audio just stopped.
that you're always dealing with something that you can never anticipate. Like you are always on the back foot. No. What was broken and how can it be remade? Words can be bonded. Pacts can be reforged.
And it will. You see, there is recourse that has been decided upon a long time ago. They didn't want to own up to it. Instead, they entombed me. I was only to be the harbinger for the half of the deal that they were breaking. Soon, the necklace will be in the place, and that god will shake hands with me finally. In the place that has been decided upon, the skies will cry black, and that black ichor will sink into the oceans, and it will all become hers.
That's the apocalypse.
Hmm.
That's the one.
See, here's the problem I personally have with that. I had nothing to do with that deal, and I fucking live here. But I've also dealt with things like you before. Not exactly like you, but things that generally wanted to bring about retribution or some divine scheme to remake the world as they see fit and wipe the slate clean.
Oh, I didn't say wipe a slate clean. This isn't about remaking the world. This is simply vengeance. These lands have been cursed for years. This plateau, as they say plateau, Aaron and Enoch, you get this pull, this very familiar feeling at that word. In this plateau, there was supposed to be so many things. Sullivan County was supposed to be Hollywood, but they broke a deal. They broke this promise, and thus this land has been cursed since. And now I am free to finish what I started hundreds of years ago. And now I have to tell you, I am very tired. Will you get out of my way, or am I going to have to make you?
Whoa.
My friend, if you haven't gained and guessed the position where you are in right now, then you would know the answer to that question. And I would like for you to understand that whatever occurs here and now, know that we are the ones who stopped your plan. Know that we are the ones who fulfilled this promise. For the crimes of one or a few does not deserve to be punished by every. So if we have to be the ones to defend from that, so be it. But yes.
Don't take it personally. We've got another apocalypse level event we got to stop next week anyway.
No, this is personal. Take it personally. Honestly, fuck you. From the bottom
I've
of
never
my
heard you curse. Shit, this just got serious.
It smiles and it sinks into the pooling water on the floor.
Oh no, you don't.
Is the door still open?
The door is currently open. Yes.
Can I close it?
Let's do an initiative order.
Ooh.
Because this is combat. I've never done combat in Monsters of the Week. This is going to be fun. Okay. So, Aaron had a move prepared that they were going to start.
Yeah.
So we're going to have Aaron go first.
We're going to tap into that page of the book using Wall to cut him off from the water and even raise him up slightly in an almost bubble.
Go ahead. Roll magic.
Come on, baby. This is where I need you to do well. You've been doing good so far. I'm very thankful for that. There's a 4 on one. What's the other one say? That's a 4 as well. With a +2. 10.
Excellent. Okay, that is a success. It's it doesn't come up as a bubble. As it attempts to sink, it is like, you ever see someone like do the elevator thing behind the couch?
Mm-hmm.
That's how. So it starts to sink and it just stops. And it roars. And it see that all the water then wicks up around it, and it becomes a much larger, dire form.
Oh, and here's the best part. The wall also takes on the effects of my energy effect, which is +1 harm to it. So the wall is a 1 harm barrier, so that's 2 harm, and it's pure entropy. So it's basically in combination with the spell Divine Chaos.
Woo! Okay. It takes 2 harm.
And I'm not sure if having the spell from the wall woven into it will have any additional effects other than specifically helping to stop it.
You have severed, so you've severed it from its ability to travel through the water, is what you have effectively done.
Oh,
Because your words are important with magic. Intent is important. And what I heard you said was you want to put a wall between it and the water.
oh,
That is incredibly clear intent if I've ever heard it. And so, because you rolled really well, you get exactly what you asked for.
That actually worked way better than I thought.
So, that is Aaron, who's following up.
So it's out of the water.
Yes.
Hold on. Did we roll initiative?
We did not really do an initiative, but I ordered it out.
Cool.
The way it's going to work is everyone's going to act. Because it attempted to act. Then it was attempted to use a move. You all get to do a move, and we're just going to keep going like that. You don't have to take the same order. I just am going to make sure that people get the opportunities.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. That is all. Please continue.
You're doing great. Don't you worry about it.
I am going to do a magical force attack.
Okay.
So I think Enoch is got a cheeky little smirk on his face after hearing Oshin curse for the first time.
100%.
Everyone will see as as Enoch's hand moves upward, this tinge of black smoke sort of dissipates from his eyes and creates like a black pane of glass as it just shatters as he pushes forward, akin to when he first got his abilities, very mirror coated. And that is going to do, in addition to his, because I have an extra add 1 harm to base, so it's going to do 2 magical harm.
Excellent. You see the shards seem to wick through. So it is mostly water at this point. And so you do see that the magic, the shards kind of pass through, but you can see where it made contact, that there is those clear lines of contact.
Perfect.
And it visibly is moved back a little bit by that bluff.
While it moves back, August would like to use their Angel Wings ability to just show up behind it and would like to try and gouge part of its back out as it's stepping backward.
Okay, so that would be roll to kick its ass.
Sure, what would I be rolling here?
So that is a basic move.
Goes off tough.
Goes off
Yes.
tough. Okay.
Unless you have an ability that overwrites it.
It's literally called kick some ass.
No. Oh, that's true. All right.
There are some abilities that will allow you to use something else in exchange. Like, for instance, as a spell slinger, and when I go to roll to kick some ass, instead of rolling tough, I roll weird and use the magic effects instead.
Fortunately, I don't think I do, but that's good.
I don't think you do either.
That is going to be 11.
Okay, so you rolled a 10 or above. So it takes one additional effect. You either gain the advantage, so you can either take +1 forward or give that to another player, which gives you +1 on your next roll. You inflict terrible harm, which is an additional harm. You suffer less harm, so you would take -1 harm on your next damage, or you force them where you want them.
I am going to give an extra roll to Mr. Crux.
Okay.
All right,
Um,
so you take +1 forward. And so now, how much damage do you do with that sword?
For my weapon, it says 3 harm, hand, fire, holy.
Ooh, holy and fire I know have additional effects. Hold up. I was just on that page, actually. Let me find it real quick. Aha. So they're one page away. So with fire, sets things on fire. With holy, this weapon will be more effective against monster with a weakness to holy items. Hand just means you're holding his hands close, not quite within like I'm grappling distance, but basically normal weapon distance. What were the other ones?
It was hand, fire, and holy.
Also, you need to add a +1 to that.
So 12. Okay.
No, a +1 to the damage.
Oh, +1 to the.
It's enhanced by the spell that I cast on it earlier,
It's true.
Oh, so
So
4
it
harm.
took
which means that also it counts as magic. Meaning if it has anything that protects it against normal weapon attacks but not against magic, this weapon ignores that too. So it's holy and magical. And this is why in DC Comics, though everyone calls him a bastard, everyone respects John Constantine.
okay. So okay, it was not able to do that. So it feels terribly cornered at this point. It is separated from the water. It is in a situation where it cannot enter the water. So instead, what it does is it pulls its hands in. And Oshin, you see something you have not seen in a long time. And Enoch, you have seen this once before. You all get this smell and this sense of this rot and like malignance. And it pulls its hands together, and you see in its form 1,000 crooked knives appear within its watery form. And it throws its arms out, and they fly in every direction. Everyone take 3 harm.
Except for Enoch, who only takes 2. Which,
Nice.
as Enoch only takes 2, it's pretty obvious that something is different from the last time that he was in combat, and that is not normal.
You know what? We're going to use up a luck. Because mark luck to change a roll to a 12 or avoid all harm from an injury.
Excellent. It turns and it blows through the wall next to you into the adjacent room as if it was tissue paper and disappears into the dark.
So,
What was that?
mhm.
What was that?
Like, Like it's still around, but it's somewhere down here.
Mm-hmm.
To
No,
clarify.
he's looking at Oshin, being like, "What was that?"
I didn't attack you
I know you didn't, but you did something.
a while ago.
What is it?
You're immortal.
Say what now?
What?
You're immortal. You're not going to age. You're not going to get sick. You're not going to get hurt as easy.
You can do that?
Since when and since how? What did you do?
Well, you know how we go through and we, get more powerful and things are offered to us. It was offered to me, so instead I gave it to you.
Why didn't you take it?
I don't need it.
Are
Is it-
you so sure? As you folks have been talking, it is maneuvered behind Oshin, and Oshin gets surrounded by a pillar of malignant water.
Mm.
You aren't like trapped like you were before, but you do feel the force, and you will have to like force your way out. You can still talk though, because you don't actually need to. You've only been breathing this in for literally a million, like thousands of years, so it's not actually that big a deal for you.
All right. Fine. This is how it's going to be, and it's fine. Can I use this creature as an improvised weapon?
You can certainly try.
Well, I was gonna say I have something too if this doesn't work.
Yeah.
I may be able to give you an opening.
I'm going to mayhem this shit. That's what the fuck I'm going to do.
They're gonna what?
Mayhem.
Mayhem.
What's that mean?
So no matter what I do, mayhem succeeds. So I get to use this motherfucker as a weapon. So that's cool. So that's 11, which is great and terrible. So, what size category would you put this in? Fire extinguisher, motorcycle, dumpster, like car, or like a wall? What size category is this creature?
Somewhere between dumpster and car.
Okay, so that's gonna be 4 harm that I can do. And so since I got a 10 plus, I have to pick 2 side effects. So I am going. Oh, this works out so well. I am going to do. You cause massive property damage, and your improvised weapon breaks.
Oh, incredible. Hey, you got more papers to throw behind you?
I do, in fact. I do. Of course I do.
Listen, listen. Plans are meant to be destroyed.
Oh, plans are meant to be broken, like this guy's back.
It gets a little too close. In a sign of violence that none of you have seen before to this level, you see a hand reach out and not grab at the water, but grab at the figure under the water. And you see a moment of utter surprise. And then you just slam them into the ground. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. And just creating a deeper and deeper mud hole that you are slamming this thing into.
You just treated this bitch like Hulk treated Loki.
And I need to point out to you, outside of looking drowned in Uncanny Valley, they're not super like freaky. They're not big. Oshin is around 5 feet tall. They're pretty slender. There is nothing that indicates they have this level of strength or violent capabilities. And as they're slamming this creature into the ground over and over and over again, they're speaking to it. And with each hit, it's just, you want to put me back there. You want to put me back there. No, I don't think so. You want to hurt him. No, I will make sure that everyone who ever knew of your existence forgets you. That is my promise that I will not break. Oh no.
So, Enoch, you had something.
Yeah. I with Enoch took Dark Negotiator, and I can use the manipulate someone move on monsters as well as on people.
Ooh.
Just this black smoke is going to start emitting from the eyes, from the mouth, from the fingertips, is like this black soot just begins to spread up Enoch's hands. He's just going to look downward.
It's not coming through.
Yeah, I don't.
I want the cool thing.
So ready, and it's like, no, please.
He just says in a very low, like gravelly tone, "Go home."
So roll me I think that's charm. From
It is.
Please work.
I get to. I believe it is charm plus my weird. Let me double check.
It's the monstrous skin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skin. That's a freaky way to put that.
Okay.
Which ability was it?
It is Dark Negotiator.
Dark Negotiator.
Or is it just charm?
It'll just be charm.
Okay, that's fine. So that is an 11 minus 1 for a 10.
You get close and you tell it to go home, and one of these giant monstrous arms swings up at you, and it just blasts you into the wall next to it for for 4 harm. And it tries to get back to its feet.
I am 1 box away from dying.
No, the fuck you're not. No, the absolute fuck you're not. So, this is going to be a real double-edged sword here. So, GM, have fun with this. Because to avoid that, because of a connection, I would like to spend a luck point to just avoid all of that, which brings on another sign of the apocalypse.
Oh boy.
You attacked their person. You fucked up.
You fucked up.
Hold on.
He's like, I don't have any more paper to throw.
No, I'm just trying to.
Listen, you're so real.
You feel all the water that is pooling this room turns black. And it basically, the water hits you and you feel the force and you hit the wall. But instead of it doing damage, you just see the water just blackens.
I got a really weird question.
Sure.
the water is you splashing around and doing its effect. I imagine there's spray coming up. Was it salty at all?
No.
Shit.
It is dirty. It is gross. It is this water is practically slimy.
Damn it. Because if it was salty, I can run some I can shoot raw electricity into that guy. He's definitely not going to like it. But if it's more brackish, just dirty water, it's like, well, so much for that idea.
It's definitely brackish. August and Aaron.
Can I do one thing real quick? It's not a do thing, it's a say thing.
Sure, of course.
So as what Ocean does to use that luck point, is Ocean touches where they can still touch the water / touch the creature sort of thing, and just goes, I will end the world myself before I let you hurt him. And that's how the luck point is used.
So, quick question here before we continue. Contain or kill?
Kill him, or I will.
It's all you had to tell me.
All right, kill it is.
Does Ocean still have him?
Ocean has released him at this point, but he is still rising from the ground.
I'd like to try and come up behind him. Is he, for clarification, you said he's more in a dire form, still humanoid shaped?
It
Or
is roughly humanoid shaped, long arms and legs and a torso, no clear head. But it definitely has like a humanoid-esque shape.
What I'd like to do is, with one sword still in the hand, using the other hand to grab around the waist, kick its leg down to see if I can try and get it on its knee and force it to the ground.
I have something that may be able to help actually with that. You may not have to. You're looking to restrain it, right?
I'm looking for it to go down.
My idea for my action was to use magic, use my wall ability in conjunction with the book and the spell to bind it.
Yeah, so August, as you're about to grab it, you start to feel that magic begin to come, that familiar magic. Aaron, go ahead and roll that. Don't forget you have one again.
Yep. Oh, I'm so glad I have that. Actually, no, it doesn't even matter with that one. I'm actually not going to use that one yet because that's a 6 and a 3, and I have a +2. That's an 11.
So it goes to get up, and it is trapped. And it is trapped with its arms and legs pinned together. Pinned in a straight line where it cannot move, in a position that Ocean is very familiar with. It feels good not to see something else stuck in that position for a change. And August
is going to lean close and said, "Thank you for indeed making this interesting. You've satiated that. Take solace knowing that you'll be written down and remembered, but you cannot grace or harm someone else again." And I like to try to drive the sword in the back of its neck.
It cannot stop you. It can't stop you. And so you do. As it howls and in just agony, you all get 3 pictures in your mind. You see a man in clothes that would fit around the 1800s, shaking hands with a woman in black clothes and a black veil that is dripping wet. They both seem very like they seem happy. And then in the next moment, you see that man and someone else arguing outside of a town with a sign that says bittersweet. And then you see her standing in the bottom of the reservoir as the water rises up around her. And you hear her scream in rage as this being is just shattered and completely liquefies, the necklace sinking to the bottom of the crater that Oshin made.
Did we get it?
Is it moving? I don't think so. I think we're good.
The necklace is still there, yeah?
Indeed.
So I don't care if I take that?
Toss it up to you.
Take it. Is there a wall next to me?
What's left of several.
Smashing it against the wall.
As hard as you smash it, as hard as you try, it doesn't scratch, it doesn't crack, it doesn't break.
Cool, I'll swallow it.
It's like, actually, it's worked so far. Let's try one thing. We can't destroy it. As he fully pulls the magic from the book, the glyphs expanding and glowing from the page, let's seal it away permanently.
That is going to have to be big magic.
Good. Go big or go home.
Can you use my sword as a fulcrum at all?
Oh, it's a holy weapon, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Amplify. Use it as a catalyst. Enoch, you want to add anything to the pool? Anything you know that might increase the chances of this working?
God. Could I? In his mind again, he's gonna say Haster, Haster, Haster.
I like that you were going to ask that question. You saw the look I was giving you, and you knew the answer already. You
I think
all
it's-
feel a very clear change in the room. The lights begin to grow an eerie green yellow.
Wait. I know that color.
That is not right.
No, it's on my behalf. We're fine.
Ah, this asshole.
Is anyone else adding anything else to this?
Millennia of nothingness and a good healthy dose of rage.
I'll pull from that emotion.
Roll big magic.
Any bonuses?
No, just roll it.
Alrighty. Come on, you've been doing good so far tonight. Using that +1. Because otherwise that would be a grand total of 6. That +1 makes it a 7, though.
So, on a magic, on use magic, what would that mean for just you? On a 7, it works imperfectly. You said you were using go big or go home?
Which all that does is when you must use a magic as a requirement for big magic, take 1 ongoing to those use. Oh, so that makes it an 8.
Excellent. Okay. So We know what your effect is. You cannot take 1 harm for this. What is your glitch?
Ooh. You know what? I used it earlier. Let's use it again. The magic draws immediate unwelcome attention.
As far as you can tell, nothing happened.
I hate that.
Okay. Almost went a little bit out of control there, but I think I got it. Should be good.
As you folks head upstairs, you see the sky is raining black.
This will go away, right?
Oh, that one's my fault, so I don't know.
Well, we got rid of the immediate threat. If there's anything else, I would trust it would show itself.
And if the world changes because of it, we navigate it.
Yeah.
Are there still knives sticking out of the people who got hit?
Those knives were like they struck you and did damage, but then they melted away as water like immediately after.
It's like getting hit with sharp shards of ice.
Then,
Yes.
then whoever is damaged at this point, as we're standing in the rain, August is going to take out a box tin full of dinosaur band-aids.
Yep.
All right, who's hurt?
I threw up a
Um,
wall just in time. I got lucky with my timing.
Apparently, I'm immortal, so does it matter?
Yes, you can still technically die. Just
Wait,
not easy.
Hold on a minute.
That
So-
doesn't make sense.
It's very misleading.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
I won't let it
So
happen.
you can't
but-
die of old age, but you can die of, getting shot in the face.
Well, it's like being a vampire, right? You can't die or get sick from getting old, but you can sure as shit get stabbed in the chest.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I, furthered the apocalypse to stop it happening a second time.
We don't. Whatever this stuff is, we might not want to get it in our wounds. Let me see that, please.
As you folks patch up, the rain begins to stop.
Yay!
And as you folks are headed back and you're passing the fairgrounds, you see the fireworks start going off. And that is the end of game.
Everybody lived.
It got pretty close there for a second, not gonna lie.
You
Right.
folks played that very well.
Somebody in the comments on Twitch said, "Drink the Forbidden Sky Blackberry Jam."
Gross.
I've already drank similar. I don't need to drink more.
Oh wait,
I
I think
will-
I have music for this. Hold on.
After the after all this, I want to do epilogue stuff.
Yes. You're all back. Bing. No. Woo! Get out of there.
Who dat?
What is it?
Yeah, this was the fair. Nerdy's in here? Yo, that's a friend of mine.
Nice.
Why don't you go ahead and do the next roll, and we'll see if. Yeah.
Real quick, your audio is not coming through on Twitch.
Oh, not this again.
I left myself muted on Twitch. I was muted in like 5 different ways. Sorry about that. Nerdy Soprano is the first winner. Nerdy Soprano has won a dragon. We are doing a dragon first, then another dragon, and then we're doing the dice tower. That must have really looked weird with me like holding things up and talking but anyway, sorry about that, folks. All right, so Nerdy Soprano was the first winner. The next winner has been rolled, and the next winner is Vancouver by Night.
Nice!
Vancouver by Night. Oh crap! I'm gonna have to ship this to freaking Canada. Don't worry, I'll get it there. Vancouver by Night. You need to either message me here on Twitch or message me or join the Discord and message me there, and we will get your information and we will get this sent out to you. So that's Vancouver by Night. So the 2 dragons have been given away.
Woohoo.
So now we are down to giving away the Nightmare Dice Tower.
The piece de resistance.
All right. So I will go ahead and say I'll give away this one, even though I was going to keep it. But I'll give away this one because it's very, very pretty.
Nerdy's here.
Who?
Nerdy.
All right, Nerdy. Nerdy, if you want to, you can join our Discord and message me there, or you can message me here on Twitch. I do find that Twitch's messaging system is kind of buggy, though. So if you want to join our Discord, go right ahead. That's the easiest way to reach out. Like Vancouver, I think, is in our Discord already, so that's not going to be an issue. Let's go ahead and draw for the dice tower. Random number generator. Now, if we roll 29 or 22, we roll again. 17.
Oh.
I'm going to count from the other direction this time. So, 1, 14, 15, 16. Marzink. Marzynk. Marzink, are you present in chat? If you do, you need to message me in Twitch, or you need to join our Discord and message me there so we can get your information. I'm going to give them a few moments to give me... Marzink, you need to message us so we can get your information to the prize. If you don't message me in like the next 10 minutes-ish, like however long we take to do this, then I'm going to draw one more time for the Dice Tower before we log off, because I want to be able to contact the people that are supposed to be present in chat to win. That was the rule. And just having your icon in chat is not being present. You have to be able to say, hi, we're here, and you have to be able to message me. That is that for that. So let's go ahead and say, number 1, thank you so much to Ren for running. That was wonderful and amazing. I think everyone here can appreciate the effort that he put into this, and may I compliment you on your ad-libbing skills for all the crap that these people threw at you, because they were rewriting your plot left and right.
Oh, I honestly, if I can be honest, I live for that shit.
Oh yeah,
because I love it. I love throwing weird stuff as much as I love getting stuff thrown back at me, and y'all were an amazing table to play for. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, I love it too. It's the whole reason. Like, I'm a forever GM, but I'm a forever GM by choice. I love dealing with an entire chaos crew, and Sam can tell you every single one of our tables is just So absolutely.
Oh, I love contributing to that chaos and being on the receiving end as well.
Oh, absolutely. Lowe's Lumber Department. Ren, someone said something
Oh,
about.
that is so. That's a tabletop story. That I like. I think we should get through this stuff, like the important stuff, and then I will gladly tell that story to
Got
chat.
you. And they want to hear about the water tastes funny.
Oh yeah, that was a decision I made. Yeah.
No story should start like that.
So I think at this point what would be prudent is let's talk about all of these amazing players, and let's hear about, like, if you enjoy hanging out with these folks, if you have enjoyed this content, you can get more of that content. So let's go through. Let's go back through in reverse order. Let's start with Shep. Shep, where can people find you?
You can find me on TikTok at DruidGeek01 or on Fayfinders. Just mucking around the place, a podcast for D&D, where you find your podcasts. Yeah, that's where you can find me.
Thank you so much. Alec.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. We are a collaborative TTRPG space where folks come together and tell stories. I am the archivist there for Known Realms to Lesh, a weekly 5e D&D campaign set in my homebrew world of Aosha. We have a phenomenal cast. Aegon Thetic is Zio Marino, Tiefling Sorcerer. Blue Button is Echinacea Belrose, ASMR Wizard, Luzelia _art as Lazuli, Fairy Ranger, and then we have David Zedokami as Whistle Hobgoblin Fighter. All homebrew classes, all homebrew setting, so much fun. We're heading into some really cool stuff here. And then you can find me every other Saturday at Stealthy Elf Productions playing Finn Reese, Jotun Blood Fighter, in a Pathfinder 2e campaign, Heroes of Asteria, Unearthed Inheritance.
Yes.
That's me.
Thank you so much. Cove, tell them where you at.
Hello. So I'm Cove Selkie. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Selkie Cove or Selkie's Cove, just depending. You can find me on Saturdays over on Meister Hypster's Twitch channel playing Vampire the Masquerade, where I get to play Amaret Fane, who is a vampire with 9 humanity. They are doing their little best. I adore them very greatly. Some shit just went down, so that's interesting. We're not playing this coming Saturday, but the next Saturday we're finally coming off hiatus. So look forward to that if you want to join us in there. On Tuesdays, you could originally find me here playing Small Town Life, which all of the VODs are available if you do want to find the other Monster of the Week game that I was in, because that's it. I was playing the Divine at that point. And then soon you'll be able to find me here on Tuesdays playing Emerald Sanctums, because they decided that they liked me enough to have me join the cast, and I love them
To be
so
honest, we
much.
just decided we're keeping you.
I could not imagine, honestly, a better group of people, other than the people I've met through and have played with on Dinner and a Game, and further. So this has been amazing. You'll be able to see me next month, I believe, or the month after, somewhere in that span, every other Friday. Also here, playing Cyberpunk Red, where I get to play a Five Nights at Freddy's kind of jester, which I'm super stoked about. Yes, Sam, if you want to know more, you should just watch, because
I mean, Cyberpunk is my shit. I know I'm going to be watching this.
We're going to basically be the session zeros are going to start on the 2nd of February.
Yes.
So we're hoping to get going by the 2nd week of February.
Yep. And then there's a few projects that are currently actually in the wings right now that I cannot talk about, but know that you might be able to start finding me in a few more places come soon. So yeah, Disney.
Excellent. And last but not least, you want to take it from here?
Oh, did you say
Well,
Sam?
it's Sam. I'm not. Yeah, I meant Sam.
That's what he meant. He did.
No.
Wait, so who first?
You!
Oh, okay. Just wanted to double check. What is up, y'all? I am Sam, or Markov and Co. on most socials. I wish I could be on them more often, but work as of late has been hectic to say the least. Hopefully that'll change sometime soon. Other than that, though, there are two main places you can find me currently. You can find me here on Wednesdays. We just finished wrapping up our Pathfinder 2nd Edition long shots. If you want to go back and watch the VODs, it was absolutely fantastic, absolutely chaos. And I got to show poor Ray here how absolutely horrifying a Magus can be when built properly.
Yep. Yep.
But other than that...
He one-shotted a giant, so... meh.
Woo! The worst thing is I could have one-shotted the one behind him too, but we're not going to go there. But other than you can now find me on the coming Wednesdays playing in Kingdoms of Mist as the group's rogue, because as if Soul Knife Rogue wasn't scary enough, we threw in some Cyanite Fighter to the mix to make things more interesting. Other than that, you can find me over on Tuesdays over with ADH Adventures in the technical flagship show for the channel.
Their first show.
Which that group is absolute chaos. Almost as bad as here, but in slightly different directions.
It's always a different chaos. That's what chaos is.
Chaos is fun.
Adore you all.
And don't forget that you can find Ren. Where can they find you?
Yeah, hello, my name is Ren, aka Wrenound, aka Big Chainsaw Energy, right here on twitch.tv. You can find me on TikTok, you can find me on Instagram, I'm also on Threads. This is actually my first foray into doing live, like DMing and live play. It's never happened before, and so you can't really find me on any other streaming shows because I have none.
I'll fix that.
I am hoping to do this more. So if you like my content, follow me on my socials, and I will keep you folks updated on what I'm up to. This being my first show, I do want to take the opportunity to thank every single person who came by. We appreciate you. You could be anywhere on the internet hanging out with anyone, but you're hanging out here with us. And I think that's pretty fucking special. And I want to remind you to please take care of yourself and one another, because if not, who the fuck is gonna? I appreciate you all, and I appreciate my cast. And Ray, thank you again for taking a chance on a stranger running your show.
It's A-okay. It was wonderful, and I thank you for it. Remember, folks, we've got a lot of things going on right now at Dinner and a Game. We are trying to bring more people into the fold. We're bringing more people in to run one-shots. We're bringing more people in to run short-run campaigns, and we're doing a lot more stuff online. I am getting kind of like at the limit of what I can do for Dinner and a Game. Personally, I have a full-time job, family, yada yada yada, and I'm trying to start my side business with my 3D printers and everything like that. So what we're doing is at the end of March, which is also my birthday, we're going to do our first subathon, and we're going to be doing an entire weekend, and our goal is to hit 150 subs and stay there. If we hit 150 subs, we already have one paid professional GM. They run our Sunday games. If we get to 150 subs, we're going to bring on 2 more.
Nice.
And this means campaigns they want to run. They have full autonomy. They run the games on our stream. They basically, the way it works is we own the digital content. They own everything else if they're doing homebrew. So that's it. And I have an LLC. We have contracts written up. Everything's ready to go. We just need to get to the point where we can afford to pay them. Because right now the only paid GM I have is being paid out of pocket. So we're trying to get to that point. I can afford to pay one person out of pocket. It's not that bad. But paying more than one person out of pocket is insane. Because we have 2 actual employees at Dinner and a Game, Madness Diamond and Crafty Mirage, who runs our Sunday morning campaign. And I will tell you that at Dinner and a Game, we believe in living wages. Our GMs get $30 an hour on
Nice.
contract. And you get paid for 4 hours prior to you even going into the game because you get paid for your prep.
Damn, that's dope.
So,
They're
all
so
that
good.
being all that being said, that's what we need to get to be able to do that for 2 more streams. If that happens, I get to take a step back from creating content and concentrate more on the back end of Dinner in a Game, which is what Madness and I are trying to do. And so you guys are going to be the key to that. All you guest GMs and everything like that. If you guys can, and guest players, if you guys can bring more people in, we can get to that goal sooner. The sooner we get to the goal, the sooner we can start to making offers to people that we want to work with on a more permanent basis.
Awesome. And you folks, each and every person who's here and have come and hung out are making that a reality.
Yep.
So thank you.
Mhm.
And I could not thank you guys enough. I know you came here to watch everyone here present and to watch them play this game, and I could not even thank you because that means that you brought your friends and your family into this stream to basically enjoy their company, enjoy the game, and to help support us. So that, can't do better than that. So but in the meantime, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to do. I still haven't gotten contacted by them, so they're probably not really watching the stream. So I'm going to do one more roll, and we'll try and reach out to the next person. And if we don't reach anybody for the Dice Tower by the end of the stream, which is coming up in a few minutes, we don't reach the Dice Tower by the end of the stream. What I'm going to do is this: everyone who is in here should join our Discord. If I can't find a winner, I'm going to create a room for this game that's going to be a public room, and I want everyone who comes into the Discord to just go in there, tell me what your tag is on on Twitch, and I will give you a role, and then that will be for this game. And then when we get everyone invested in there, if we will go ahead and do a drawing from whoever actually bothers to do that, because that's another extra step. So I appreciate anyone who does it, but we might not have to. Let's see what we can do with another role and see if we get someone who's actually around.
Yeah, you can do that role. We will do short epilogues with everyone, and then that's what we'll do while we wait.
Go for it.
All right. So let's go ahead and change up the music from the fair music to something more fitting.
Actually, give me 1 second.
Of course.
Ren, you won. I rolled a 7, and you are the 7th person on the list.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this, but I'm here.
Yeah, I think so.
No.
Because it's alphabetical, so it was like the person in front of you, behind you was Blue Buttons, and then Alabastard was in front of you, and there was a couple other people around there. But yeah, it was. There are some people who are numbers. But yes, you won. Congratulations. And
That's so awesome.
Yep. So I'm gonna let you guys do the epilogues, and then after you guys get done with the epilogues, we are going to go ahead and people on Twitch, we're going to be raiding into another channel. Be watching. You'll see the ending screen come up. Be watching for see who we raid. If you do go with us in the raid, make sure you tell them Dinner in a Game sent you. Thank them for creating content in the chat, and refresh your screen. On Twitch, the analytics are done by fresh views, not from raids. You will not count as a view if you're from a raid, so just refresh your screen real quick. It'll give them the views, and it'll help their analytics and help them get to more people. And that's what we want to see. We always want to see the entire community grow. So I'm going to shut up. I'm going to go away, and you guys finish your epilogues, and I'm going to go get everything ready for the raid.
Thank you so much. All right, gang. Here we are at the very end of this adventure. A few things change permanently for you all. The signs of the apocalypse do not abate. The skies aren't, the water isn't black everywhere. The rain isn't black everywhere, but here in the Catskill Mountain, mountain is actually a misnomer. A little bit of New York history. They're actually a series of natural plateaus. So the Catskill Plateau region still suffers from this black rain. And they're unsure what the cause is. It doesn't make anyone sick, doesn't really have any negative effects, but it's there. And every once in a while, the water of the Neversink bleeds black. Oshi, how this has been re-traumatizing is a kind word to use, but very difficult. How is Ocean doing after all this?
How Ocean is feeling and how Ocean is reacting is going to be so dependent on everyone else that I'm actually going to step back from this for now to allow everyone else to go.
All right. So who would like to go?
Panicked look.
I'll go ahead. I think Enoch, given a sense that for the first time in his entire life, he's able to live without fear of getting older, live without fear of getting sick. So I think for the first time since his military days, he's going to just live. And I think a lot of that, I think leaving the event that they had just partaken in, I think driving away and seeing the fireworks go off, because that was made very clear. I think he has made a promise to not only himself but to Oshin as well, just to take them to experience more of the world, because I think when they came into it, it was very much like, yeah, we're hunting monsters, we're doing the bad stuff. And I think he realized that it's never been kind of afforded some sense of normalcy. So I think that there is a desire and a drive to create a somewhat normal existence.
I love that. I truly love that. All right. Who wants to follow that up?
Nose goes.
Oh. All right, August, that's you.
All right. I think August, it's similar with each and every time that we beat it, but this time there's just a calmness followed by a revelry. Avoiding one more tragedy, avoiding one more time till the earth tips. It's invigorating, and I think starting now on this point, August is going to start to write a new book and essentially do a Gravity Falls type of journal where they catalog the catalogs that they have, turns into more of a secrets and putting things inside for the next prospective person to come along and to possibly start their own adventures with their own friends and to try and stop the world. Or for those who are in the mystical and the abnormal, to feel a sense of normalcy within what they're seeing and what they're feeling.
Awesome. Aaron.
Aaron is most likely, considering this isn't the first time the group has stopped something from allegedly ending the world, is likely going to stick around because with this group, they're damn good at it. And with every new adventure they go on, every time they end up saving everything from what seems like a small town, a few people, to something on the more larger scale, there's always something learned. There's always a new page in his book with a new tool to use, and today is no different. He'll do as he does at the end of every adventure, look over what he's gained and see if he can't weave in some of those exact same abilities the monsters they took down use into his book as well, to use, save for, no pun intended, save for a rainy day.
Excellent.
Because turning into water would be a very, very good movement tool.
I was very fond of it when I could still do it.
I was thinking more just put him in a bubble, keep away from the water. I didn't expect to literally cut him off like a drunk at a drunk at a bar.
You said the right words, and I'm going to honor that every time. That's how I roll. I will blow up my own plot when I want.
Remind me to never. Oh wait, shit! I'm glad we didn't do any deals with the Fae. I probably would have messed that one up.
There's still time.
There's still time.
There's still time.
All right, Oshin.
Everyone's so heartwarming. Well, Oshin's for sure not gonna leave the side of these bumblefucks. Oshin adores them all. Oshin has come, even before all of this, has come to care for them all in their own freaky little way. And seeing how happy Aaron gets with learning and acquiring new tools to use, that's noted down for later. That's something Oshin now always tries to bring to him if there's ever a chance. Seeing August go off and start bringing normalcy to other creatures' lives, it warms their heart. And again, it's a thing of they're trying to help that cause. They are not trying to take it over or anything like that. They're just in the background trying to give little help. Does it always help? Absolutely fucking not. It's probably more detrimental than helpful most of the time. But, you know, the thoughts there. And then with Enoch, as per usual, they don't leave his side. It's always been that way. If Enoch was around, Oshin wasn't very far behind. If Oshin was around, just look around, Enoch's somewhere there as well. That certainly doesn't change. But I think something does shift. I think there is a closeness there that shifts in its intent, almost. As things progress forward, there's more gentle touches. They're physically closer. I don't know. It's just that's how Oshin goes through life, is supporting the people around them, because that's all they want to do.
And being supported by the people around them, I feel.
That's for fucking sure. No one else is gonna eat their weird shit that's not actually food.
And so, even in such a situation as this is, the peace and the joy and those sorts of things, they don't last. Because there's still so many unanswered questions. Who were the cult that was behind starting all of this? What is the drowned god? And how can she be stopped? What about that deal made things so bad that now an apocalypse is the only recourse? And with the apocalypse only steps away, What will it take to tip the world over the edge? Y'all can find out next time on Drown Town's Drown Gods. Thanks for watching, I guess, or something. I don't know. Now, we are running out of time. In chat, there were a couple of things that came up in chat that there were stories I was going to tell. I'm going to make you follow me on TikTok if you want to know more about my Pathfinder 2nd edition Lowe's Lumber Center / the this water tastes funny story. So we will take that off since we are going to be raiding pretty soon. Thank you, everyone. Again, please stick around for the raid. We want to support other content creators. We're going to be going over and chilling with Dork Tales. They're playing Changing the Lost, which is like my favorite splat for World of Darkness.
That makes too much sense. That makes too much sense.
It's that and Mage. It's the same energy. It's the same characters.
Valid.
So it's also their first episode. So please, let's get a bunch of emotes in chat. Let's cheer those people on. Let's give them that big chainsaw energy. See, that's it's a plug. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are gonna head out. We will catch you all next time. Bye-bye.